I hope you enjoy this mystery action adventure, Lakefront. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button so you don't miss a single upload. Lakefront. The lake was calm at 9 o'clock in the morning, too early for the big boats to start running. Rex Dial sat on the edge of the dock, watching the sun ripple off the dark waters. It was his dock, a giant monstrosity that stretched behind him over 75 feet to the lake shore. It had 54 slips, one for each of the condominiums he planned to build, into the bare scarred land on the hill above the dock. The skeleton of the building was in place, and the model unit was complete. The 2,200 square foot decorator's unit was next to his small office, right off the main parking lot of the development. He had selected a top-of-the-line interior designer to decorate the model unit, keeping the furnishings elegant but Spartan. People had to see themselves in a room, and too much bric-a-brac could interfere with that. The lines of the building were clean and tight, the Mediterranean theme starting to show through as balconies were added and wrought iron grillwork bolted in place. The development, his baby, Dial's Isle, would be complete in 6 months. His logo, a giant silver sundial, rested on top of a natural stone monument beside the drive. He had worked on the project for months, conceiving the plan in his early 20s and working up the seed funding before his 28th birthday. He was now a bona fide real estate developer with all of the headaches, hassles, and potential rewards involved with it. The payoff would make him a millionaire before he was 30, if the bank didn't force him out before then. Right on cue, he heard the deep-throated rumble of a Harley-Davidson wheel into the parking lot. His loan officer, Billy Ray Tulsi, sat on the bike, his balding head glowing in the morning sun. Billy Ray waved at Rex as he swung a leg over the hog and dismounted. He grabbed a leather messenger bag and slung it over one shoulder, then made his way to the end of the dock. "Where's your boat?" he asked. Rex pointed to the marina across the channel. "Tweaking the engine." Rex had a 46-foot Scarab that he had customized with a biodiesel electric hybrid engine. He sacrificed 150 horsepowers, but gained a virtually unlimited fuel source in used vegetable oil. "You get fries with that," joked Billy Ray. An unfortunate side effect of Rex's boat was the exhaust smelled like warm French fries. "I'm trying to get those horses back," he answered. "Good luck." Billy Ray pulled an Adirondack next to Rex and balanced the briefcase on his knees. "I've been holding this off for 3 weeks," he started. "But my boss brought it to me this morning and told me to get on it." "What's the damage?" Rex winced. The first round of his construction loan was ending, and he owed an interest payment. "$123," said Billy Ray. He held out a yellow sheet of paper with the figures in a nice row. "Due?" He knew the answer. 10 days. But if he could squeeze an extra 5 to 10 more, it might help. 10 days, his friend answered. "I tried to get another extension, but..." He let it dangle. Rex knew his friend was fighting for him as much as possible. "I'll do it," Rex told him. "That's why I'm here, buddy. Mr. Eubanks wants to know how." "What does it matter, how? I said I'd do it." Billy Ray held up a hand. "I'm on your side here, but I still have to explain to him, and he wants something in writing. Tell him I'll sell some more units at pre-construction." "He won't buy it. No one is buying you right now." Billy Ray waved at the virtually deserted site behind him. "It's 9 o'clock in the morning, Rex. Where are your workers? Where's the activity?" "It's happening." "Yeah, I know, but not fast enough. If you don't cover this payment, then Mr. Eubanks is going to foreclose and take this off your hands at a premium." Rex ran his hand through his hair and gazed across the water. "He's done it before," said Billy Ray. "And I can't stop it from happening to you. You've got to help me help you." The two men sat in silence. The water slapped against the black float tubes underneath the wooden planks. Across the channel, An engine roared, popped, and roared again. "I've got an idea," Rex said after a moment. Chapter 2. "It's never going to work," exclaimed Billy Ray. He and Rex sat in the small two-room office just off the entrance to Dial Isle. From the window, Rex had an awesome view of the narrow lake cove and the giant silver sundial monument guarding the front entrance. "Of course it's going to work," said Rex. "People do it all of the time. Other people. People who know what they're doing. Just not you." "I'm not saying you can't do it, Rex." "That's exactly what you're saying." "All right, that's what I'm saying. You can't do it, and your job too. Ever heard of spreading yourself too thin?" "Look," said Rex. "I've got Lars here to oversee his subcontractors. We're doing the bathrooms next anyway, so he's got to install 2 per unit, plus tiling. Having me here is just adding to his worries, and he can handle it. Any problems come up, I'll just be 100 yards offshore." "What about sales?" asked Billy Ray. "You still need to sell the units." "I explained it to you. We shoot the show and edit it in 1 week. We go on the air in 2 weeks. We run for 6 or 8 or however long we can afford to. And we've got a 30-minute-long commercial that's bringing people through the doors. You hope." "No, I know. We've got some of the best fishing in southern Missouri and people just don't know about it. I'm going to tell them." "But you don't know anything about fishing. You don't know how to make a TV show." "Sure I do," said Rex. "That was my minor in college." "Then why didn't you do it?" "Who knows? I wanted to make money first, and I got into real estate. The point is, I know how to make a show. I know the process, and I know how to get it on the air. I bet I can even get it on the Outdoor Network, or local Saturday morning. I can tell people about Dial Isle without anyone realizing that's what they're being told. I can do it." Rex looked at his friend, pleading. Billy Ray finally nodded. "You know, when you told me you were going to put in condos on this water, I didn't think you could do it. But you said you could, and you did. If you tell me you can do this, then I'm going to believe you." "Billy Ray, I can do this." Billy Ray nodded. "Tell me what you need." Chapter 3. Patty Hopkins sat on the edge of a tattered couch in her trailer. The dark paneled walls pressed in on her, constricting, squeezing the air out of her lungs. Blue spots popped in front of her eyes as she struggled to breathe. "Relax, honey." The cigarette-stained breath of her boyfriend, Jerry, rolled over her face. She almost vomited. "Back up, Jerry. Give me some room." He backed away to the other side of the couch, and then, as if sure that wasn't enough, he moved to the kitchen. It was only 10 feet away, but far enough. "It's just another panic attack," he said. "I know what it is, damn it," she snapped. Jerry wasn't smart, but he was pretty. That wasn't the only reason she was with him, of course. They had known each other for years, been on-again, off-again sweethearts since high school. They were on right now, and being with him gave her a place to stay. Until she found something better. "Sorry, honey," Jerry said. He leaned across the bar, tan muscles rippling in the sunlight that filtered through the filigree lace curtains. Jerry was a dive master with a small dive shop on the lake. There were only about 20 decent spots on the whole huge body of water, but with the constant tourist traffic, he was able to make a decent living. He lived for diving, like most people who chose it for a career. Money wasn't important to Jerry, though if he needed a little extra to buy a new piece of equipment, he could find it. His second cousin was one of the biggest meth dealers in the county, so Jerry would push a little product for extra cash. Patty nagged him to deal full-time. She loved money. It was an obsession with her. She passed through a string of boyfriends since she graduated high school, trading up income brackets until she landed a job as the personal assistant to Rex Dial, future millionaire. He wasn't her significant other yet. But she was working on it. There were stolen kisses and stolen moments that sparked in passion with her boss. He was on the hook, she thought, but she wasn't ready to reel him in yet. Meanwhile, she had Jerry. The panic started to edge away, and her vision stopped blurring. The second-rate furnishings of the trailer swam into focus, and Patty could think clearly again. "Are you all right?" She glanced around at the crap on the walls. The velvet painting of a matador killing a bull, the required tapestry of dogs playing poker, the worn vinyl recliner crammed up against the blanket-covered couch. She hated this place, hated the smell, the feel of it. It felt poor. Low rent. Which was exactly why Jerry liked it. "I need to go to work," she said, pushing herself off of the couch. "I'll drive you," said Jerry. He started to slip into a stained, white t-shirt. "I can do it myself." She shouldered past him in the narrow confines of the living room and slipped through the hollow core front door. It swung out on a chain and caught, slapping back against her shoulder and nearly knocked her down. "I hate this place," she muttered. "I love you," Jerry called after her. She ignored him and climbed into her car. The panic attacks started when she was 12, and her stepfather had lost another job. Her family had no money and lived hand-to-mouth for several months. Patty knew hunger. Gnawing, crippling hunger from eating every other day, sometimes every 3 days. She drank gallons of water, but it never satisfied her. It was never enough. She lay in bed one night, and her world shifted. She panicked. The walls fell in on top of her, crushing her chest into the mattress. She struggled against the imagined weight, her mind screaming at her body that it wasn't real, that it wasn't right. She woke hours later, exhausted, clutching a tear-soaked pillow in her hands. She was still hungry. Patty swore that she would never go hungry again. She would find a man or men in her life and make enough money herself that it could never happen. She stopped on the way to work and picked up breakfast from the drive-in. Rex liked eggs and bacon, large coffee with extra cream and sugar, and she ordered a cheese omelet for herself. This was another small ritual for her, stopping to get breakfast for her boss. The first couple of times she did it out of kindness. Then Rex gave her a $50 bill to pay for his, and she knew she had him. Now it was routine. Breakfast varied, but she knew he liked that. He would rather think about construction or business than what to eat, and she could just pick up something for him while he paid for exactly what she wanted. She pulled into the drive next to the giant pedestal sundial and saw a strange car in the parking lot next to Rex's truck. She balanced the breakfasts on one arm and opened the door with the other. Rex wasn't in, which meant he was down on the dock or on site. She placed the styrofoam container on his desk and went to sit at her own. Her job was simple. She was his assistant, and so answered his phones, his mail, and ran his errands. She even tried to help him sell units in the development, in the hopes that he would pay a commission straight to her. But sales had been slow so far. She didn't understand why. The plans for the place were beautiful. The door to the lakeside deck opened up. "Just tell me what you need to get started," said a man's voice. He stepped inside, followed by Rex. Patty recognized the banker from the phone, even though the two had never met. Billy Ray. She wiped her hand on a napkin and held it out to him. "Have we met?" "This is Patty," said Rex. "My right hand." "It's nice to meet you," said Billy Ray. He studied her, a quizzical expression on his face. "You know each other?" asked Rex after seeing the look on his friend's face. "I don't think so," said Patty. "We've spoke on the phone, but never in person." "You just look like someone I know," said Billy Ray. Patty nodded. "I've got some cousins around here. It runs in the family." "Jenkins?" spat Billy Ray. "Then you know them," she said, half smiling. "I can always tell when someone knows them. They owe us some money." He watched her closely. Don't judge all of us by a few bad seeds, okay? I'm indirectly related. Billy Ray smiled at her, though it didn't touch his eyes. Sure thing, he said. He grabbed Rex by the hand. Work something up for me. Fax the numbers over, and we'll see what we can do. He turned to Patty again. It was a pleasure. I'm sure we'll see each other again. Rex and Patty watched him go through the door. I put breakfast on your desk, she told him. Thanks. What was he talking about? What numbers? Rex moved into his office to his desk. He pushed the food container aside and started writing on a legal pad. We're going to shoot a television show to promote Dial Isle, he said. I've told you we should do that, she said. She moved around closer to him and perched on the edge of the desk. This is a different kind of show, he said, glancing at her bare leg inches from his face. Her short skirt rode high on her thigh, showing lean tan limbs. We're not going to market it directly, he continued. We're shooting a fishing show in the Cove. Extreme fishing. It's going to be completely different, but it will mention Dial Isle every few minutes. How are you going to get people to watch? She inched closer. Because it won't be some boring guy sitting in a boat, just fishing. What will it be? Extreme. Someone young. Someone hip. Funny, he kept staring at her while she licked her lips. I've got a great idea, she said. She sank to her knees, pushed apart his legs and grabbed the waistband of his shorts. I'm all ears, he cracked. Not all, I hope. She grabbed his zipper, teased it around. Did you know, I've always wanted to be an actress? Every little girl's dream, right? Princess, ballerina, actress, not necessarily in that order. No princess for me. She pulled the zipper down and reached into the opening. I'm not a ballerina, she whispered. With her free hand she unfastened her top, shrugged it off her shoulders. An actress, Rex moaned. And I look great in a bikini. She lowered her head and couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 4. She cleaned herself off in the bathroom and stared at her bare top in the mirror. She kept herself in great shape, lean but with some muscle, taut and tan. She could be an actress, she thought, or at least host a fishing show. How hard could it be? Talk about a fish, jiggle for the cameras while reeling in a big one. She slipped into her bra and went into the office. This is what I'm talking about, she said to Rex and mimed reeling one in. You're absolutely right, he shouted. That body could sell 1 million units. Hang on a minute. He dug around in his desk drawer and pulled out a small digital camera. Strike a pose, he said, and snapped off 2 shots. Wait, said Patty. She threw her shirt on and ran out to her car. In moments, she was back with her bikini and went into the bathroom. She left the door open. He could see her reflection in the mirror. You always carry your suit with you. I work on the lake. You never know when the sun will come calling. She stepped into the office, put her hands on her hips, and cocked her head to one side. Like this. Rex closed his mouth and remembered to take a picture. The suit was turquoise with bright yellow trim, and she filled it out like a pro. I was thinking we could try to get some of the local sports stores to sponsor the show and help carry the cost, said Rex as he snapped a couple of more photographs. Now, I think we should get in touch with a swimsuit company. How much do you think they would pay? I don't know, he said. But anything would help. Why don't you get an agent? For you or me? Both. He hooked the camera up to the USB port on his laptop. He pulled up a picture and cropped it. What do you think about that as a poster? Patty cast a critical eye at the screen, hiding a half smirk. What do you think? I think we're going to sell 1 million copies when we go to DVD. Chapter 5. The foyer of the office of Dick Duncan Productions was an elaborate deception. The walls were covered with the prerequisite framed movie posters. The mahogany desk gleamed under the soft banker's lamps set up in every corner. Music filtered in from hidden speakers, and the receptionist was quietly elegant. It was all a lie. Rex sat in the plush vinyl wing chair and listed the faults. Faux veneer, plastic marble tile, hollow Roman columns along one wall. It was tastefully done, if cheap, and designed to put on appearances. It was perfect. Rex found Dick through a friend of a friend, and once he was put through by the haughty receptionist, learned that's how people did business in the biz. The good old boys network opened doors everywhere. Dick burst through the outer door, an earpiece hanging on one side of his head. He never stopped talking. Listen, booby, we got people who know people. I got cable lined up to take a crack at the bat. You know what I'm saying. I want network. I want to give this to you. I want you to have it, because frankly, I like you. But I'll walk if I don't get what I want. Do you know what I want? He took a deep breath and smiled. That's right, I want it all. He looked down at Rex. Rick. Rex. Sorry. You want to come inside? Holly, hold my calls, sweetheart. He marched back into his office. Yes, Mr. Duncan, the sweetly receptionist called after him. The inside of Duncan's office was as faux as the foyer, but with one major difference. Paper covered every available flat surface. Stacks and stacks of scribbled notes, legal pads, and contracts teetered dangerously in piles everywhere. Excuse the mess, said Dick Duncan. He was tall and lean, with a manic kind of energy that complemented the golden glow of his indoor tan. I've seen worse. The contractor? Right. Developer. Producer now, I guess. Sure, producer. That's why you're here to see me. Give me the bullet. Excuse me? Bullet. Tell me in one sentence what you want to do. Duncan settled into the overlarge vinyl chair behind the massive desk and stopped it from swiveling by catching his toe on the edge of the desk. Rex pretended not to notice. Hot girl in bikini catches a fish. Like Jaws. Like Bill Dance. Only younger, hotter, hipper. Won't work, said Duncan. No one watches fishing shows. Rex held out a computer printout. I did some research. Any yahoo can do some research. I'm talking about eyeballs glued to the set. Fishing shows are one of the most watched of all outdoor shows. They hit a good demographic, 34 to 45, with good disposable income. And with a girl host, we could expand that to include 18 to 34, get the extreme adventure set on board. Fishing isn't extreme. All right, then let me tell you what the show is really about. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's get down to it. Duncan leaned forward in his seat, putting both elbows on the mess-covered desk. The show isn't just about fishing. It's a 30-minute non-intrusive infomercial. Duncan's eyes glazed over for a moment as he stared off into space. Rex thought he lost him and was planning on his next interview when the slick producer jumped out of his seat. We could make millions. Duncan started pacing around the room, talking faster and faster, gaining steam as his voice echoed off the walls. We sell the show, we sell time in the show for product placement. We merchandise the products in the show and package it all together. We hit the secondary market with DVD sales, scale it up for a feature. I love it. Who's the host? Rex held out a photograph of Patty. Nice, sighed Duncan. You should see her reel one in. Duncan cocked his head in confusion. Rex demonstrated. The producer reached over and clicked on the intercom. Holly, could you come in here? The receptionist opened the door almost immediately. Yes, Mr. Duncan. Have you ever been fishing? Once or twice. How do you reel in a fish? She demonstrated, using only her arms. Duncan shook his head. It wasn't that attractive. Try it like this, advised Rex. He showed her how to do it. Holly repeated after him, matching him move for move. We're going to make billions, shouted Duncan. Chapter 6. The roar of Duncan's billions still echoed in Rex's ears 2 weeks later, a tinny vibration against the low thrum of the Scarab's idling hybrid engine. Billions. The word tasted like ash and opportunity in his mouth. Mostly ash. He gripped the worn steering wheel, knuckles white under his tan, the vinyl sticky in the late morning heat. Out on the water, the sun wasn't gentle. It was a hammer blow, turning the lake surface into a blinding sheet of hammered gold, mocking the bare red dirt scar of Dial Isle rising on the shore behind him. Patty preened on the bow deck, adjusting the straps of a microscopic turquoise bikini that Duncan's people had overnighted after seeing the photos Rex sent. She ran a hand through her hair, professionally tousled, catching the light just so. Practicing. Always practicing. She looked like $1,000,000. Or, Rex hoped, like enough bucks to cover $123,000 due in. He glanced at his watch. Too damn soon. Camera ready back there? Patty called out, her voice pitched a little higher, a little brighter than usual. Showbiz voice. From the stern, a grunt. Lars Nielsen, the Swede Rex had hired cheap to handle the camera work, supposedly knew his way around film school gear, though Rex suspected his expertise leaned more towards badly lit instructional videos for assembling flat-pack furniture, wrestled with a bulky camera rig perched precariously on a tripod. The tripod legs skittered on the slick fiberglass. Almost, Lars muttered, his accent thick as molasses. This mounting bracket, it is problematic. Problematic. That was the word for the whole damn enterprise. Rex sighed, the sound lost under the engine's burble and the distant whine of a bassboat ripping across the main channel. Everything was problematic. The budget Duncan had reluctantly approved wouldn't cover catering, let alone catastrophe. The used camera gear Lars sourced looked like it had survived a war zone. And Patty, well, Patty was Patty. Eager, ambitious, and about as trustworthy as a $3 bill. But Duncan loved her look, and right now Rex needed Duncan. Needed the show. Needed a miracle, shaped like syndicated television ratings. Let's just get the establishing shots, Lars, Rex said, trying to keep the frayed edges out of his voice. Pan across the cove, show the shoreline, maybe catch Patty casting off the bow. Casting. Patty turned, mock innocence wide in her eyes. Shouldn't I have, a fishing rod for that? Rex pinched the bridge of his nose. It's in the holder beside you, Patty. The one with the sponsor's logo plastered all over it. Duncan had managed to rope in some cut-rate lure company gator grippers, desperate for exposure. Their logo, a cartoon alligator chomping a fishhook, looked garish even from 10 feet away. Patty giggled, a sound like ice cubes rattling in an empty glass. Oops. Silly me. She picked up the rod, posing with it like a fashion accessory. How's this? Extreme enough for you? She jutted a hip, the turquoise fabric straining. Lars finally got the camera steady. Rolling, he announced, sweat beading on his forehead. Rex forced a smile. Action, Patty. Just fish. Or look like you're fishing. Patty turned on the charm, beaming at the camera lens like it was a rich date. Hey there, fishing fans, and welcome to Extreme Fishing. I'm your host, Patty Hopkins, coming to you almost live, from the beautiful bass-filled waters right here at Dial Isle. She made a sweeping gesture towards the shore, towards the skeleton of Rex's dream. Looking for luxury living with the best fishing right off your private dock. Honey, you've found paradise. It was okay. A little stiff, maybe, heavy on the sell, but the energy was there. The bikini definitely helped. Rex could almost see Duncan nodding approvingly in his faux mahogany office. Patty expertly flicked her wrist, sending the gator gripper lure sailing out over the water in a surprisingly decent cast. She started reeling it in, putting on a show, her body swaying, miming a struggle that wasn't there. Ooh, feels like we got a nibble already. This lake is just loaded. Cut. Rex called out. Great. Perfect. Lars, you get that? Lars squinted into the viewfinder. I think so. There was a flicker. A flicker? What kind of flicker? Like the power it maybe dips? Rex felt a familiar cold dread creeping up his spine. The battery. Is the battery charged? Lars patted the heavy battery pack belted to the tripod's leg. Is new battery. Fully charged this morning. He fiddled with a connection. Maybe is loose cable. Maybe is. Patty drawled, lowering the rod. Maybe we need someone who actually knows how to work the damn camera. I know how. Lars protested, his face flushing red under the Nordic fairness. Is good camera. Just temperamental. Rex closed his eyes. Temperamental gear, temperamental star, temperamental finances. He needed less temperament, more results. And he needed backup. Someone who knew the water. Someone who could handle grunt work, maybe even operate a second, simpler camera. An underwater one, perhaps. Show the fish, the structure, the extreme angle. His mind landed reluctantly on one person. Jerry. Patty seemed to read his mind. She sidled up to the console, leaning close, her perfume mixing with the faint scent of diesel exhaust and lake water. You know, she murmured, her voice dropping the showbiz brightness, back to the low conspiratorial tone she used just for him. My Jerry's pretty good with cameras. And he practically lives underwater. Rex hesitated. Bringing Jerry into this felt like pouring gasoline on a bonfire. The tension between him and Patty, the barely concealed animosity simmering under Jerry's easygoing diver dude facade, it was messy. But Jerry knew diving, knew the lake bottom like the back of his hand. And crucially, he worked cheap, especially if Patty asked him to. You think he'd do it? Rex asked, avoiding her eyes, focusing instead on the shimmering heat haze rising off the distant shore. For me? Sure. She traced a finger along his forearm. And for a little piece of the action, maybe. He could be like our safety diver. Underwater expert. Adds production value, right? Very extreme. Safety diver. Underwater expert. It sounded plausible. Necessary, even. Duncan would probably eat it up. And if it meant Lars had someone else to blame when the gear flickered. All right, Rex said, the word tasting like compromise. Call him. Tell him to get his gear and meet us out here. Standard day rate for a dive master, plus a small camera bonus if the footage is usable. Patty's smile was slow, satisfied. Like a cat who just cornered a particularly plump canary. Consider it done, boss. She pulled out her phone, already tapping the screen. Her turquoise-clad back turned to him as she walked towards the bow, leaving Rex alone with the throbbing engine, the problematic camera, and the heavy weight of Billy Ray's 10-day deadline pressing down like the humid summer air. Billions, Duncan had said. Right now, Rex would settle for just staying afloat. Okay, here is Chapter 2, following the outline and instructions, continuing directly from the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 7. An hour later, the low growl of an outboard motor announced Jerry's arrival. He cut the engine on his battered John boat 50 yards out, letting momentum glide him alongside the Scarab. He moved with an easy, water-worn grace, tossing a rope to Lars, who fumbled it twice before securing it to a cleat. Jerry hopped aboard Rex's boat, landing lightly on the balls of his feet, despite the bulky dive tanks already strapped to his back. He wore faded board shorts and nothing else, his torso lean and tanned, crisscrossed with the faint white lines of old scars. Souvenirs from encounters with submerged rocks, rusty trot lines, maybe worse. He nodded at Rex, a tight, minimal gesture that acknowledged presence but offered no warmth. His eyes, pale blue and startlingly direct, flicked towards Patty, lingered for a fraction of a second, then scanned the deck, taking in the camera gear, Lars's sweaty discomfort, the general air of strained production. "Patty said you needed an underwater eye," Jerry said, his voice a low rumble, quieter than Rex expected. He unclipped a waterproof Pelican case from the gunnel of his John boat and swung it onto the Scarab's deck with a heavy thud. "Got the rig right here. Good to 10 atmospheres, wide angle, low light capability." He patted the case. "Won't flicker on ya." The comment hung in the air, aimed squarely at Lars, who flushed again and looked pointedly away. Patty materialized at Jerry's side, placing a hand possessively on his bare shoulder. "Jerry, this is Lars, our director of photography." She gave Lars a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Lars, this is Jerry. He's going to get us those killer underwater shots." "Killer," Jerry repeated, his expression unreadable. He popped the latches on the Pelican case, revealing a compact underwater camera housing, far sleeker and more professional-looking than Lars's jury-rigged setup. A coiled yellow communications cable snaked from the housing, terminating in a jack designed for a surface monitor. "Got about 50 feet of cable. Where do you want me?" Rex pointed towards the deeper part of the cove, away from the shallower banks they'd been filming near. "There's supposed to be some decent structure out there. Old submerged tree line, maybe some rock piles. Good habitat for base. We want to show off what's under the surface, connect it back to the fishing, the whole Dial Isle lifestyle." He felt ridiculous saying it, the marketing jargon sounding hollow even to his own ears. "Structure," Jerry echoed. He glanced towards the shore, towards the raw earth and concrete bones of the development. "Yeah. There's structure." He pulled his mask down around his neck, spat into it, and rubbed the saliva across the inside of the glass with practiced efficiency. Lars had managed to connect the comms cable to a small, sun-hooded monitor clamped near his own camera. He powered it on, and the screen flickered to life, showing only swirling blue-green static for a moment before resolving into Jerry's hand, adjusting the lens focus underwater. "Feed looks good," Lars announced, sounding slightly surprised. "All right, Jerry," Rex called out, trying to sound like he was in charge. "Just give us some slow pans. Show us the bottom, the trees, any fish you see. Make it look alive." Jerry gave a thumbs up, adjusted his weight belt, and rolled backward off the side of the Scarab, entering the water with barely a splash. His fins propelled him downwards, the yellow cable spooling out behind him. On the monitor, the world transformed. Sunlight filtered down in wavering shafts, illuminating a surprisingly clear view of the lakebed 20 feet below. Silt clouded the bottom in places, but mostly it was gravel and rock. Then skeletal shapes emerged from the gloom, the promised submerged trees, their bare branches reaching up like drowning arms, coated in a thin layer of algae. Small bluegill darted between the limbs, and a lone, respectable-sized largemouth bass hung suspended, eyeing the camera with wary indifference. "There," Patty squealed, pointing at the screen. "Get the fish. Get the fish." "Is beautiful," Lars murmured, genuinely impressed, tweaking the focus on his own camera, which was now aimed dutifully at the monitor screen, recording the feed Jerry sent up. Rex watched, a knot of anxiety easing slightly in his chest. This was good. This was usable footage. This looked professional, extreme even in its own quiet way. Maybe this whole lunatic idea wasn't completely doomed. Jerry maneuvered the camera smoothly, gliding through the underwater forest. He lingered on a promising-looking rock pile, zooming in slightly to show crayfish scuttling between the stones. He followed the base for a moment, before letting it swim off into the murk. He was good. Calm, efficient, anticipating what they needed before they even asked. He moved deeper into the cove, towards a section where the old creek channel carved a trough through the lake bed. The light here was dimmer, the water carrying more suspended silt. The monitor image grew grainier. "Getting a little dark, Jerry," Rex said into the small microphone clipped to the monitor. "Maybe head back towards the light." "Copy that," Jerry's voice crackled back, slightly distorted. "Just checking out this ledge here." Looks like something interesting. On the screen, the camera panned along a jagged outcrop of rock, part of the old channel bank. Below the ledge, half buried in decades of accumulated silt and decaying leaves, was something else. Something unnatural. It wasn't immediately clear what it was. A dark, rectangular shape, mostly obscured. It looked metallic, maybe, dulled by time and water. One corner seemed wedged tightly into a crevice under the rock ledge, holding it fast against the slow current. Algae coated parts of it, blurring the lines. It could have been sunken debris, a lost piece of equipment from the dam construction 50 years ago, anything. But there was something about the way it sat there. Something deliberate. Something hidden. Jerry held the camera steady on it, zooming in slightly. The shape resolved a little more. Definitely metal. Rivets, maybe? A handle, or what looked like it could have been a handle once, protruded from the silt nearby. It looked like a chest. An old footlocker, perhaps, or something heavier, stronger. A cold thrill, different from the earlier anxiety, trickled down Rex's spine. What the hell was that? What is that, Jerry? Rex asked, keeping his voice level. Some kind of old trunk. A pause. Then Jerry's voice, carefully neutral. Hard to say, boss. Lot of junk down here. Could be anything. Looks stuck fast. He panned the camera away, almost casually, sweeping back towards the submerged trees. Getting that structure you wanted. Good fish habitat all along here. But Rex saw it. Just before the camera moved, Jerry had paused, tilting the lens down slightly, focusing for a split second not on the chest itself, but on the rock crevice it was jammed into. Marking the spot. And his voice, it was just a little too casual. A little too quick to dismiss it. Lars, oblivious, was muttering about light levels again. Patty was reapplying lip gloss, using the reflection in the monitor screen as a mirror. Neither seemed to have noticed the fleeting image or the subtle tension in Jerry's voice. Rex stared at the screen, now showing only waving strands of milfoil and curious bluegill. He thought about Jerry's non-answer. Could be anything. Looked stuck fast. He thought about the way Jerry had moved the camera, the slight hesitation, the careful pan away. Jerry had seen something. Something he didn't want them focusing on. Not yet, anyway. The diver surfaced 50 feet away, breaking the surface smoothly. He pulled off his mask, slicking his wet hair back. Even from this distance, Rex could see the look in his eyes as he glanced towards the scarab. It wasn't the look of a guy who'd just been filming underwater scenery. It was the look of a man who'd just found a secret and was already calculating its worth. Okay, here is Chapter 3, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 8. The sun beat down on the cracked vinyl seats of Jerry's John boat as he idled back towards the public ramp, the scarab already a shrinking white speck against the far shore. He kept one hand on the tiller, the other unconsciously rubbing the spot on his ribs where an old diving injury sometimes flared up. His mind wasn't on the ache, though. It was back down in the cool green gloom, replaying the image from the camera feed. That shape. That box. He'd seen plenty of junk littering the lake bottom over the years. Sunken boats, discarded tires, trot lines thick as anchor ropes, even a bizarrely intact porcelain toilet near Thompson Creek. But this was different. The way it was wedged under that rock ledge felt intentional, like someone had put it there, hidden it there a long time ago. The silt covering it wasn't disturbed, suggesting it hadn't been touched in years, maybe decades. Metal, riveted, heavy-looking. Stuck fast, he'd told Rex. Maybe not stuck fast enough if you had the right tools. Or the right motivation. He docked the John boat, the aluminum hull scraping against the rough concrete ramp. He loaded his gear into the back of his beat-up Ford Ranger, the tanks clanging together. He worked methodically, his movements economical, but his eyes kept scanning the parking lot, the tree line, the other boat trailers hitched to trucks. Old habits. His side hustle with his cousin Curtis, moving product up from the coast, had taught him to watch his back, even when he was just coming off a simple dive master gig. Especially then. People noticed routines. Back at the cramped, musty-smelling cabin he shared with Patty, rented, never owned, perched precariously on a slope overlooking a less fashionable arm of the lake, he stripped off his damp board shorts and headed straight for the small workbench cluttered with dive gear parts in the spare bedroom. He plugged the underwater camera's memory card into a battered laptop, the screen illuminating his face in the dim light filtering through the dusty blinds. He skipped past the footage of the submerged trees, the curious bluegill, the wary bass. He found the section near the rock ledge. Frame by frame, he advanced the video. There. The dark rectangle, half swallowed by silt. He zoomed in, digitally enhancing the image as best the cheap software allowed. Rivets were definitely visible along one edge. What looked like a rusted latch mechanism on the top surface. Not wood. Steel, maybe. Iron. Heavy gauge, built to last. Built to protect something. He leaned back, chewing on his lower lip. Cash. Could be. Old moonshiner money, maybe, though usually that got buried on land. Gangster stash from back when Spa City had looser morals and tighter connections to places like Chicago or New Orleans. Possible. Drugs. Less likely to be in a chest like that, and they wouldn't last underwater for decades. What else was worth hiding so carefully? Leverage, he thought. Or cash. He needed both. Curtis was getting edgy about the money Jerry owed him for the last fronted batch, whispering about interest rates that sounded more like kneecap adjustments. And Patty. Patty always wanted more. More clothes, more nights out, more distance from the scraping by life she'd clawed her way out of. This chest, whatever was inside it, felt like an answer. Or at least, the beginning of one. But Rex Dial stood in the way. It was Rex's project site. Technically Rex's discovery if Jerry opened his mouth. Rex, with his desperate need for cash to save his fancy condo scheme, would claim it outright, probably bungle the recovery, attract attention, and cut Jerry out entirely. Maybe toss him a few $100 for his trouble if he felt generous. No, Rex couldn't know. Not yet. But Patty. Patty was different. She understood leverage. She knew how to play angles. And she owed him. For the roof over her head. For looking the other way when Rex came sniffing around. For dealing with her panic attacks and her ambition. He could trust Patty. Well, he could trust Patty to act in her own self-interest, which, for now, aligned with his. He saved a short clip of the footage, just the chest, nestled in the silt, onto a thumb drive. Then he wiped the original memory card clean, formatting it twice just to be sure. Let Lars and Rex have their pretty fish pictures. The real prize remained hidden, both underwater and on the silicon chip in his pocket. He found Patty out on the screened-in porch, sipping sweet tea and flipping through a glossy magazine. She wore cut-off shorts and one of his old t-shirts, tied in a knot above her waist. She looked up as he slid the porch door open, her eyes sharp, questioning. "Long day playing lifeguard for Mr. Big Shot Developer?" she asked, her voice dripping sarcasm. Jerry ignored the bait. He walked over to her chair, pulled the thumb drive from his pocket, and held it out. "Got something you need to see." She raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "Another one of your conspiracy videos? Lizard people running the water authority again?" "Just watch." He tossed the drive onto the magazine in her lap. Patty sighed dramatically, but curiosity flickered in her eyes. She picked up the drive, disappeared inside for a minute, and returned with the laptop. She plugged in the drive, clicked a few times, and leaned closer to the screen. Her breath hitched. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, the only outward sign of the storm gathering behind them. She watched the short clip, the murky water, the rock ledge, the dark solid shape. She played it again. And again. "Under the ledge?" she whispered, her voice tight. "Near where you were filming?" Jerry nodded, watching her face. He saw the flicker of fear, quickly replaced by the hard gleam of avarice. It was the same look she got when she saw a diamond bracelet in a jeweler's window, magnified 100 times. "What do you think it is?" she asked, still staring at the screen. "Don't know. Old. Heavy. Hidden." Jerry kept his voice low. "Worth finding out, wouldn't you say?" Patty leaned back, tapping a fingernail against her teeth. The wheels were turning, clicking almost loud enough to hear. "Does Rex know?" "Saw it on the monitor feed. Asked what it was. I told him it was junk stuck fast." "And he believed you?" "He wanted to believe me," Jerry corrected. "He needs easy answers right now, not more problems. But he saw it. He won't forget it, not if things get tight." Patty nodded slowly. "Okay. Okay." She looked up at him, her eyes narrowed in concentration. "We keep this quiet. Between us. For now." "My thought exactly. If it's what it looks like, if it's full of." She didn't need to finish the sentence. The possibilities hung in the humid air between them. Enough money to walk away. From the cabin, from Spa City, from Rex Dial and his failing condos, from Curtis and his threats. A clean slate. "How do we play it?" Jerry asked. Patty stood up, pacing the small porch like a caged animal. "We need Rex. We need his resources, his boat, the cover of his stupid fishing show to get back out there without raising suspicion. But we can't let him control it." She stopped, turning to face Jerry. "We let him know. But we control how he knows when he knows. We make it seem like maybe I noticed something on the footage later. Something he missed." A sly smile touched her lips. "We make him think finding it, getting it was his idea. An idea I helped him uncover." She walked towards the screen door, looking out at the shimmering lake, already plotting, scheming. "He's desperate. Desperate men are easy to steer, if you know where to push." The setting sun glinted off her hair, turning it the color of fool's gold. "Okay, here is Chapter 4, following the outline and instructions." Chapter 9. The next morning, the air in Rex's small site office was thick with stale coffee and desperation. He hunched over spreadsheets on his laptop, numbers blurring into meaningless columns of red. Red like the bank's ink. Red like the warning light flashing on his financial dashboard. He'd gotten off the phone with Billy Ray 20 minutes ago, the conversation short, strained, and utterly devoid of good news. Eubanks wasn't just impatient. He was actively looking for excuses. Billy Ray had practically spelled it out. "Find the money, Rex. Find it yesterday." Patty breezed in, carrying 2 steaming styrofoam cups from the drive-in. She placed one on the corner of his desk, the aroma of bacon and grease momentarily cutting through the gloom. She wore crisp white shorts and a simple blue top today, dialing back the overt seduction, opting for an air of cool efficiency. Part of the plan. "Morning, boss," she said, her tone breezy. "Thought you might need some fuel for the fire." Rex grunted, not looking up from the screen. "Thanks." Patty perched on the edge of the visitor's chair, sipping her own coffee. She pretended to scroll through something on her phone for a minute, letting the silence stretch, letting Rex stew in his own financial juices. Timing was everything. "You know," she began casually, "I was looking over some of that underwater footage Jerry shot yesterday. Trying to find some good clips for that promo reel Duncan wants." Rex's fingers paused over the keyboard. He didn't look at her, but she felt his attention shift. "Most of it's pretty murky," she continued, wrinkling her nose slightly. "Lots of silt branches, but there was this one weird bit. Right near the end, where Lars was complaining about the light." She tapped her phone screen thoughtfully. "The file seems corrupted though. Can't get a clear image. Just this shape. Probably nothing. Just a log or something." She held out her phone, angling the screen towards him. On it, blurred and indistinct, was a dark, oblong form against a murky green background, A carefully selected low-resolution screen grab from Jerry's footage. Just enough to pique interest, not enough to give anything away. Rex leaned forward, squinting at the small screen. A flicker of something, annoyance, recognition, crossed his face. A shape. Let me see that. He took the phone, turning it this way and that, trying to make sense of the pixelated image. He remembered the moment on the monitor yesterday, the brief glimpse before Jerry panned away. Junk, Jerry had called it. Stuck fast. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, Rex muttered, handing the phone back. Jerry said it was just junk. Probably is, Patty agreed easily. Like I said, the file's glitchy right where it shows up. But it looked solid, you know. Not like a log. She shrugged, taking another sip of coffee. Anyway, probably not worth worrying about. You've got enough on your plate. She let that hang in the air, a subtle reminder of the very desperation she was counting on. Rex stared past her, out the window towards the lake, his jaw tight. Junk. Maybe. But the image, blurry as it was, stuck in his mind, snagging on the sharp edges of his anxiety. He needed a win. He needed a miracle. Could a piece of junk be more? The thought was insane, the kind of grasping at straws delusion that desperation breeds. But still. He stood up abruptly, scraping his chair back. Where's Jerry? Patty feigned surprise. Jerry? I don't know. Probably tinkering with his boat. Why? Tell him I want to see him. Down at the dock. Now. Rex grabbed his keys, his eyes narrowed with a sudden, reckless resolve. He didn't know what he was doing, not really. But doing something, even chasing a blurry underwater ghost, felt better than drowning in spreadsheets. Patty hid a smile as he strode out the door. Hook, line, and sinker. 40 minutes later, Jerry stood on the dock next to Rex, listening patiently, his face impassive. Rex, agitated, paced back and forth, gesturing towards the cove. And Patty says the file's corrupted, but she saw something solid. You said it was junk, stuck fast. I want another look, Jerry. A close look. Jerry rubbed his chin, pretending to consider. Look, Rex, I told you, it's probably nothing. Water plays tricks on your eyes, especially down deep. And retrieving anything wedged under that ledge, it's risky. Current's tricky there. I'm not asking you to retrieve it, Rex snapped, his patience fraying. I just want to know what it is. Can you do a quick dive? Take the camera, get a better look. 10 minutes, that's all. He was pleading now, the developer reduced to begging the dive master for a glimpse of potential salvation. Jerry glanced out at the cove, then back at Rex's strained face. He let the silence hang for a moment, making Rex wait. All right, he finally conceded with a put-upon sigh. 10 minutes. Quick recon. But if it's just a damn oil drum, you owe me double my day rate for the trouble. Fine. Whatever. Just go. Jerry pulled on his gear with deliberate slowness, milking the moment. He slipped into the water, the underwater camera housing gripped firmly in his hand. This time, he didn't bother with the surface feed cable. This dive was off the books. He kicked down towards the creek channel, the water cooler here, the light dimmer. He found the rock ledge easily, orienting himself by a distinctive Y-shaped branch on a submerged oak nearby. And there it was. The dark shape, undisturbed, just as he'd left it. He approached cautiously, circling it once. Definitely metal. Definitely old. He ran a gloved hand along the exposed surface, feeling the pitted texture, the rounded heads of rivets beneath the fine layer of silt. He probed the area where it disappeared, under the rock ledge. Wedged tight, yes, but maybe not impossibly so. He could see a seam running along the top edge, suggesting a lid. And near one end, half buried, was something that looked very much like a heavy-duty hinge. He brought the camera close, activating its built-in light momentarily. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing more detail. These weren't just random containers. They looked like chests. Footlockers maybe, but built stronger, tougher. Like military surplus, or something custom-made for secure transport. He counted 2 distinct shapes nestled together, possibly more hidden deeper under the ledge and silt. They were sealed, no obvious way in without serious tools. He spent exactly 8 minutes documenting what he could see, getting clear shots of the seams, the possible hinges, the way they were wedged into the crevice. Enough to confirm Rex's desperate hope, not enough to reveal the full extent of the find. Then, satisfied, he pushed off the bottom, letting the current carry him slightly before kicking back towards the surface and the waiting developer. Time to feed the fish some bait. Okay, here is Chapter 5 following the outline and instructions. Chapter 10. Jerry surfaced near the dock, spitting water and pulling off his mask. He hoisted himself onto the weathered planks in one fluid motion, water streaming from his lean frame. Rex waited, practically vibrating with impatience, his shadow stretching long in the afternoon sun. Patty stood slightly behind him, arms crossed, projecting an air of calm curiosity that didn't quite mask the predatory gleam in her eyes. "Well?" Rex demanded, his voice raspy. "What did you see? Was it just an oil drum?" Jerry took his time, unbuckling his weight belt and letting it drop with a heavy thud. He ran a hand through his wet hair. "No," he said slowly, drawing it out. "Not drums." He paused, meeting Rex's frantic gaze. "They look like chests. Heavy ones. Steel maybe. 2, maybe 3 of them, wedged tight under that rock ledge." Rex's breath hitched. Chests. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication, thick with the scent of possibility. "Chests," he repeated, the word a prayer, a curse. "Are they? Can we get them out?" Jerry shrugged, non-committal. "Like I said, they're wedged good. Silted in. Under an overhang. It'd take leverage. Lift bags maybe. Tools." He didn't mention the potential hinges or seams he'd spotted. Keep it simple. Keep Rex hungry. Patty stepped forward, placing a hand lightly on Rex's arm. "We have to try, Rex. Think what could be in them. Enough to finish Dial Isle, maybe more. This could be the answer." Her voice was low, urgent, stroking his desperation like petting a nervous dog. Rex looked from Patty's encouraging face to Jerry's skeptical one. His mind raced. Chests. Underwater. The risk was enormous. Getting caught, but the potential reward. He thought of Eubanks, of the looming deadline, the smug certainty on Billy Ray's face that Rex was going under. This was it. A long shot maybe, but the only shot he had left. "Tonight," Rex said, the decision hardening his features. "We go tonight. Low moon, less chance of anyone being out on the water." Jerry raised an eyebrow. "Just like that? Takes planning, Rex. Equipment." "We use my boat," Rex countered. "The Scarab's quiet enough on the electric motor. You have lift bags, right?" "Got a couple small ones," Jerry admitted reluctantly. "Might be enough for one, if it's not too heavy, and if we can break the seal with the silt." "Then we try for one," Rex decided. "Just one. See what we're dealing with." He looked at Jerry, then Patty. "Nobody breathes a word about this. Nobody. We meet back here, 11 sharp. Bring the bags, Jerry. Any tools you think we might need. Pry bars, cutters." "This ain't salvaging scrap, Rex," Jerry warned. "Things go wrong down there, they go wrong fast." "Nothing's going to go wrong," Rex said, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his forced confidence. "We get in, get one box, get out. Clean and quiet." 11 p.m. found the Dial Isle dock deserted, bathed in the faint silvery glow of a quarter moon occasionally veiled by scudding clouds. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against the pilings and the distant chorus of tree frogs from the shore. Rex guided the Scarab out of its slip, using only the near-silent electric motor, its low hum barely audible over the night noises. Patty sat beside him, scanning the dark water, while Jerry checked his dive gear on the rear deck, his movements economical and precise in the dim light filtering from the Scarab's courtesy lamps. They reached the cove 20 minutes later, Rex cutting even the electric motor as they drifted towards the spot Jerry indicated, marked now only by memory and the faint outline of the shoreline against the slightly less black sky. The air felt thick, charged with anticipation and the metallic tang of approaching rain. "All right," Jerry murmured, pulling his mask down. "Patty, you keep lookout. Rex, you handle the winch if we need it, and manage the lift bag line. I'll go down, try to work the smallest one loose." He carried a mesh bag heavy with tools, a short crowbar, wire snips, a hammer. He clipped a small, deflated lift bag to his harness. "Don't shine any lights unless I signal." He slipped over the side, the water swallowing him with a soft sigh. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Rex stared down into the black water, imagining Jerry working below, wrestling with the unseen chest in the crushing silence. Patty nervously chewed her lip, her eyes darting towards every flicker of moonlight on the water, every distant splash or unidentified sound from the shore. What if another boat came? What if someone saw them? Suddenly, the thin nylon line attached to the lift bag, which Rex held loosely in his hand, grew taut. Then a series of sharp tugs, Jerry's signal. "He's got it hooked up," Rex whispered, his heart pounding. "Get ready." He felt Jerry working below, the line vibrating faintly. He could picture the diver straining with the crowbar, trying to break the decades-old seal of silt and suction, holding the chest captive. More tugs on the line. Rex braced himself. Then, slowly, agonizingly, the line began to rise. Below the surface, Rex could just make out a faint disturbance, a cloud of disturbed silt rising in the darkness. Something was coming free. He started hauling in the slack, hand over hand, the wet nylon cold against his skin. It felt heavy, dense, snagging occasionally on unseen obstacles below. "Help me," he grunted at Patty. Together they pulled, straining against the weight. A dark, bulky shape broke the surface 10 feet from the boat, buoyed partially by the now inflated lift bag, looking like some strange, unknown sea creature rising from the depths. "Get it closer," Rex urged. They maneuvered the boat carefully alongside the floating object. It was smaller than Rex had pictured, maybe 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, but thick, solid. Covered in slime and dripping water, it looked ancient, alien. Jerry surfaced beside it, mask pushed up on his forehead, breathing hard. "Heavy bastard," he gasped. "Took everything I had to pry it loose." Using the boat's small electric winch and sheer muscle, the three of them wrestled the sodden chest over the gunwale and onto the Scarab's deck, where it landed with a heavy, wet thud. It smelled of mud, decay, and stagnant water. Rivulets streamed from it, pooling on the fiberglass. Rex stared at it, breathing heavily. It was real. They'd done it. Patty reached out a trembling hand, touching the cold, corroded metal surface. Jerry leaned against the transom, catching his breath, his eyes fixed on the chest with an intensity that mirrored Rex's own. "Let's get out of here," Rex said, his voice tight. He engaged the electric motor, and the Scarab glided silently away from the spot, leaving behind only disturbed water and the lingering scent of bottom mud. They didn't speak on the ride back, anchoring in a tiny, secluded inlet far from Dial Isle, hidden by overhanging willows. The only light came from a single battery-powered lantern Jerry placed on the deck, casting long, dancing shadows. The chest sat there, squat and menacing. No obvious keyhole. The latch mechanism Jerry had mentioned was fused shut with rust and time. "How do we open it?" Patty whispered. Jerry produced the crowbar. He jammed the tip under the corroded lip of the lid, near the fused latch, and threw his weight against it. Metal groaned in protest, rust flaking off. He strained, his muscles cording. Nothing. Rex grabbed the hammer Jerry had brought. "Let me try." He positioned the crowbar tip again, and slammed the hammer against the end. The clang echoed across the water. Again. Again. A hairline crack appeared in the rust near the latch. They took turns, Rex hammering, Jerry prying, sweat dripping in the humid night air. Finally, with a screech of tortured metal, the latch gave way, snapping backward. Jerry inserted the crowbar under the lid proper and heaved. Slowly, reluctantly, the lid began to lift, grating on rusted hinges hidden beneath layers of gunk. The smell hit them first, damp, earthy, overpoweringly musty, the smell of things long buried and denied air. Rex held the lantern closer, peering inside. His breath caught in his throat. Patty gasped. Jerry swore softly. It wasn't gold coins or glittering jewels. The chest was tightly packed with bundles wrapped in what looked like oilcloth, dark and stained. Jerry reached in carefully, his fingers probing one of the topmost bundles. The oilcloth disintegrated at his touch, revealing stacks of old paper currency. The bills fused together by time and moisture, their denominations obscured but their nature unmistakable. Money. Stacks and stacks of it. But underneath the first few layers of cash, something else. Jerry pulled out a smaller oilcloth-wrapped package, heavier than its size suggested. He tore at the covering. Inside was a thick, leather-bound ledger, its pages swollen and warped by water but somehow preserved. And beside it, nestled amongst the decaying bills, were several small metal cylinders. Microfilm canisters. Rex stared at the contents, the initial thrill of discovery rapidly cooling into a chilling apprehension. This wasn't treasure. This was evidence. Dirty money, hidden for decades. Ledgers. Microfilm. Whatever secrets this chest held, they were dangerous. Retrieving the rest wouldn't just be difficult, it could be deadly. The lake had given up one of its secrets, but Rex had the sudden, terrifying feeling they had just pulled the pin on a grenade without knowing how long the fuse was. Okay, here is Chapter 6, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 11. The silence in the hidden inlet stretched taut, broken only by the lapping of water against the scarab's hull and the frantic thumping of Rex's own heart. He stared into the open chest, at the decaying bundles of cash, the ominous ledger, the glinting microfilm canisters. This wasn't a lottery win. This was a Pandora's box, dragged up from the muck, smelling of stale secrets and old violence. Patty finally broke the spell, her voice a low, hungry whisper. "How much do you think is here? In all of them?" Jerry, wiping greasy residue from his hands onto his shorts, squinted at the contents. "Hard to say. Bills are old, maybe 50s, 20s. Packed tight. This one box, maybe 50 grand. 100. And that's waterlogged. Who knows what condition the rest is in." He nudged the leather-bound ledger with the toe of his bare foot. "And then there's this." Rex reached down, his hand trembling slightly, and touched the swollen cover of the ledger. It felt cold, damp, malignant. "What do you think it is?" "Names. Numbers. Accounts," Jerry guessed grimly. "The kind of thing people kill over. The kind of thing people hide at the bottom of a lake." He pointed at the microfilm canisters. "And that? Same thing probably, just smaller. Easier to hide, harder to destroy." A wave of nausea washed over Rex. He'd wanted money, a quick fix for his dial problems. He hadn't bargained for entanglement in whatever decades-old crime this chest represented. Mob money. Political slush fund? Evidence from a murder nobody even remembered anymore. "We should put it back," Rex said, the words tasting like cowardice even as he spoke them. "Just sink it. Forget we ever saw it." Patty whirled on him, her eyes blazing in the lantern light. "Are you insane? Put it back. Rex, this is it. This is the money. Okay, so it's dirty. Who cares? Money doesn't care where it came from. This saves Dial. This saves you. And what happens when whoever this belonged to finds out we have it?" Rex countered, his voice rising. "Or whoever they were running from. People don't hide stuff like this unless they plan on coming back for it, or unless they're trying to make sure nobody ever finds it. It's been down there 50 years, maybe more, Patty shot back. Whoever hid it is probably long dead or dust. This is finders keepers, Rex. Don't lose your nerve now. Rex looked at Jerry, hoping for support, an ally in caution. But Jerry just leaned against the transom, watching them argue, his face carefully blank. He wasn't scared, he looked calculating. He dealt with dangerous men, dangerous situations. This was just another variable, another risk assessment. She's got a point, Rex, Jerry said finally, his voice neutral. Odds are, the original owners are ancient history. The real risk isn't them. It's getting the rest out without attracting attention now. Someone sees us hauling treasure chests out of the lake in broad daylight, questions get asked. Nosy neighbors, lake patrol, maybe worse. So we do it like tonight, Patty jumped in. Quiet. Dark. One box at a time. Tonight was lucky, Jerry countered. That first box was smaller, wedged looser. The others looked bigger, deeper in. We'll need better lift bags, maybe a portable winch, cutting tools if they're really jammed. That means equipment. Money. Exposure. He paused. And manpower. I can't wrestle those things out alone. Rex saw the trap closing. To get the money he desperately needed, he'd have to rely on Patty, whose greed clearly outweighed her caution, and Jerry, who seemed disturbingly unfazed by the potential danger, and whose motives Rex couldn't begin to fathom beyond simple cash. And they'd need equipment he couldn't afford, manpower he didn't have. Okay, Rex said, forcing the word out. He felt like he was stepping off a cliff. Okay. We try for the rest. But we do it smart. Carefully. A thin smile touched Patty's lips. Victory. Good, she purred. Now we're talking. Jerry pushed himself off the transom. All right then. First things first. We need to hide this. He gestured at the open chest, the damp cash, the incriminating ledger. Can't leave it on your boat, Rex. Too risky. My place is too small, too many eyes. The model unit, Rex suggested immediately. At Dial Isle. It's furnished, decorated, but empty. Nobody goes in there, unless I take them. There's a crawl space under the back deck, behind the lattice work. Dry, hidden. Jerry considered it. Secure. As anything can be, Rex admitted. Alarm systems active. It'll have to do for now. They closed the heavy lid of the chest, the screeching hinges sounding like a final warning. Working together, they manhandled it back into the scarab's cabin, covering it with a tarpaulin. Rex started the electric motor again, the near-silent hum seeming loud in the sudden tension, and guided the boat back towards the main channel, avoiding the lights of the few houses occupied this late in the season. Back at the Dial Isle dock, under the cloak of darkness, they transferred the chest onto a wheeled construction dolly Rex kept in his truck. They wrestled it up the slight incline to the model unit, the wheels bumping awkwardly over the gravel path. Disarming the alarm, Rex unlocked the sliding glass door to the deck. Inside, the designer furnishings looked alien and out of place in the dim light. They maneuvered the dolly across the expensive hardwood floor. Rex winced as a wheel left a muddy track, and out onto the small back deck overlooking the now invisible lake. Jerry located the loose piece of lattice work Rex had described and pulled it aside, revealing a dark opening to the crawl space beneath the deck. It smelled of damp earth and spiders. Using ropes, they carefully lowered the chest into the darkness, sliding it back until it was hidden from view. Jerry replaced the lattice work, ensuring it looked undisturbed. They stood there for a moment on the deck, the three of them, bound by their shared secret, yet separated by their individual fears and desires. The alliance felt as fragile as old paper money, as unstable as the ground beneath their feet. So, Patty said, breaking the silence, her voice regaining its practical edge. What's the plan for the next one? We need bigger lift bags. Where do we get those without raising flags? Jerry leaned against the deck railing, looking out towards the dark shape of the cove where the other chests waited. Couple places over in Benton County rent salvage gear. Or I could talk to my cousin Curtis again. He can get things. No questions asked. Costs more though. And he might want involvement. Rex felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Curtis. The meth dealer. Bringing him into this. No, Rex said quickly. No cousins. We keep this between us. We'll find another way to get the gear. Jerry just shrugged, a look passing between him and Patty that Rex couldn't decipher. A silent acknowledgement of Rex's naivete, perhaps, or a confirmation of their own private understanding. Whatever you say, boss, Jerry said mildly. But those chests aren't getting lighter, and time's running out. He glanced pointedly towards the main road, where the first hints of pre-dawn gray were starting to lighten the sky. We need a plan. Fast. Rex nodded, his mind racing, trying to think past the fear, past the image of the ledger and the microfilm. A plan. Right. But as he looked from Patty's ambitious gleam to Jerry's watchful neutrality, he knew that whatever plan they made, keeping this treacherous alliance from imploding would be just as dangerous as retrieving the treasure itself. Okay, here is Chapter 7, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 12. A few days drifted by, in a haze of forced normalcy and simmering panic. Rex tried to focus on Dial Isle, directing the skeleton crew Lars had managed to assemble, pushing them to make visible progress on the condo exteriors. He needed activity, needed the appearance of a viable project, something solid to counter the flimsy foundation of hope built on sunken chests and dirty money. He barely slept, his nights filled with either anxious plotting alongside Patty and Jerry in hushed tones over burner phones, or vivid nightmares featuring Mr. Eubanks laughing maniacally while tossing bags of foreclosed dreams into the murky lake. He was supervising the installation of wrought iron railings on the second-floor balconies, trying to project an air of calm command he didn't feel, when the familiar, deep-throated rumble of Billy Ray Tulsi's Harley echoed up from the parking lot. Rex's stomach clenched. He hadn't expected Billy Ray back so soon. Their last conversation had been grim, but Rex had hoped for a little more breathing room before the next turn of the screw. He wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and forced his legs to carry him down the external construction stairs. Billy Ray was dismounting, swinging a leg over the polished chrome, his movements betraying none of the casual ease they usually held. He looked tired, stressed, the skin around his eyes tighter than usual. He wasn't wearing his usual biker leathers, opting instead for slacks and a button-down shirt, the banker uniform peeking out from beneath the road warrior facade. Business then, not pleasure. Morning, Rex, Billy Ray said, his voice lacking its usual jovial undertone. He didn't offer a handshake, just surveyed the site, his gaze lingering on the small crew, the stacks of materials, the unfinished edifice. Making progress, I see. It sounded less like an observation, more like an assessment. Trying to, Rex replied, forcing a nonchalant shrug. Slow going, but we're getting there. Railings today, starting tile work in Unit 3 tomorrow. He gestured vaguely towards the building. Keep it positive. Project confidence. Billy Ray nodded slowly, his eyes sharp, missing nothing. Tile work. Good. Need to see things moving inside too. He started walking towards the small site office, Rex falling into step beside him, feeling like a prisoner being escorted by his guard. Heard you guys were out on the water the other night. Late. Rex's blood ran cold. How could Billy Ray know that? Had someone seen them? A fisherman? A nosy neighbor, across the cove. Just testing the electric motor, Rex stammered, hating how weak it sounded. Making sure the batteries hold a charge for the, fishing show filming. Billy Ray glanced at him sideways, one eyebrow slightly raised. Right. The fishing show. He didn't sound convinced. Must be keeping you busy. You look like hell, Rex. Burning the candle at both ends. Just stressed, Rex admitted, seizing the plausible excuse. This project, It takes a lot. They reached the office. Patty wasn't in yet, thankfully. Rex didn't need her brand of calculated charm, complicating things right now. Billy Ray didn't go inside, just stopped by the door, leaning against the frame, effectively blocking Rex's escape route. "Look, Rex," Billy Ray said, his voice dropping lower, more serious. "I came out here because I needed to tell you something, friend to friend, off the record." He paused, making sure Rex understood the gravity. "Eubanks is sharpening his knives. He's actively looking for covenants you might have broken, corners you might have cut. Anything." Rex felt the floor tilt beneath him. "But I'm making the payments. The interest." "Barely," Billy Ray cut him off, not unkindly but firmly. "And that last extension? That was me sticking my neck out, buddy. Eubanks didn't want to give it. He smells blood in the water. He thinks you're weak, thinks he can scoop this whole place up for pennies on the dollar once he forces you out. He can't just." "He can if he finds a reason," Billy Ray insisted. "An environmental violation, a safety issue, construction delays not properly documented. Hell, even rumors of financial instability elsewhere. He's got people asking questions around town, Rex. Checking your suppliers, talking to contractors." His gaze flickered towards the model unit, then back to Rex. "Anything out of the ordinary, anything that looks suspicious, he'll pounce. You understand?" Rex understood all too well. The late-night boat trips. The chest hidden under the model unit's deck. The frantic, whispered conversations with Jerry and Patty about acquiring salvage gear without leaving a paper trail. Suspicious? His whole life had become suspicious overnight. "I'm running a clean operation, Billy Ray," Rex said, trying to project conviction, meeting his friend's worried gaze. "Everything's above board." The lie felt thick and sticky on his tongue. Billy Ray held his gaze for a long moment, searching Rex's face. He sighed, a weary sound, and pushed himself away from the doorframe. "I hope so, Rex. For your sake, I really hope so." He clapped Rex awkwardly on the shoulder. "Just be careful, okay? Keep your head down. Keep things looking normal. Don't give him any ammunition." He turned and walked back towards his Harley without another word. The banker's slacks seeming out of place below the worn leather vest he shrugged back on. Rex watched him go, the rumble of the motorcycle engine fading down the drive, leaving only the sounds of hammering and the chirping cicadas. Be careful. Keep things looking normal. Don't give him ammunition. Rex looked towards the model unit, towards the patch of lattice hiding the mud-caked chest and its dangerous secrets. He thought about the other chests still sitting in the silt, waiting. Normalcy felt like a distant shore, rapidly receding. He wasn't just fighting the bank anymore. He was fighting the past, fighting the lure of the treasure, fighting the treacherous currents of the alliance he'd formed. And Billy Ray's warning confirmed his deepest fear. The water was rising, and Mr. Eubanks was circling, just waiting for him to slip beneath the surface. The fishing show wouldn't save him now. Only the contents of those chests could. And getting to them just got a whole lot riskier. Okay, here is Chapter 8, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 13. Rex's declaration, no cousins. "We keep this between us," echoed hollowly in Jerry's ears as he guided his battered Ranger down a rutted dirt track deep in the county woods a couple of days later. Keeping it between them was a nice idea, something a guy like Rex, who probably hadn't ever had to worry about where his next dollar or his next kilo was coming from, could afford to say. But Jerry knew better. The clock was ticking, Rex's bank deadline, the looming threat of discovery, the simple fact that every day those chests sat underwater increased the chance of someone else stumbling onto them. And the gear they needed, professional lift bags, underwater cutting torches, maybe even hydraulic spreaders, that wasn't stuff you rented from the local hardware store with a credit card and a smile. Not if you wanted to keep things quiet. Rex wanted quiet. He wanted clean. Jerry wanted results. And results in this part of the world often meant dealing with people like his second cousin, Curtis Jenkins. He pulled up outside a dilapidated single-wide trailer, set back in a clearing, choked with junked cars and discarded appliances. Two pit bulls, chained to cinder blocks, erupted in furious barking, straining against their restraints. A bare-chested man with stringy hair and prison tattoos eyed Jerry suspiciously from the trailer's crooked porch, before recognizing him and giving a curt nod. Jerry killed the engine and got out, ignoring the dogs. The air here smelled different: damp earth, pine needles, and the acrid chemical tang of Curtis's primary business venture. Jerry knocked on the flimsy, aluminum doorframe. "Yeah?" a voice rasped from inside. "It's Jerry." A pause, then the sound of multiple locks being undone. The door creaked open, revealing Curtis Jenkins. He was built like a fire hydrant, short and thick with meaty fists and watchful piggy eyes sunk deep in a fleshy face. He wore grease-stained overalls and a wary expression. Behind him, the trailer's interior was cramped and dim, smelling strongly of stale cigarettes, cheap whiskey, and bleach. "Well, looky here," Curtis said, his voice like gravel grinding. "Cousin Jerry. Ain't seen you since you were short on last month's payment. You bringin' me my money?" "Working on it, Curtis," Jerry said smoothly, stepping inside. The door slammed shut behind him, plunging the room into near darkness before Curtis flipped on a bare overhead bulb. "Got something else going?" "Something big. Need your help." Curtis grunted, gesturing towards a naugahyde recliner shedding its skin like a molting reptile. "Sit down. Talk." He remained standing, arms crossed over his barrel chest, radiating suspicion. Jerry perched on the edge of the chair. He laid it out simply, carefully omitting incriminating details like Rex's name or the exact location. "A salvage job. Underwater. Found something valuable, potentially very valuable, hidden decades ago. Needed specialized gear to get the rest of it out quietly. Lift bags, torches, maybe more." Curtis listened, his piggy eyes narrowed, occasionally scratching at a tattoo on his forearm depicting a snarling panther. "Underwater treasure, huh?" he said when Jerry finished. "Sounds like bullshit." "It ain't bullshit, Curtis." Jerry leaned forward. "I saw it myself. Pulled one piece out already. The real deal." "Yeah. What kind of deal?" Jerry hesitated. "Cash. Old cash. Maybe other stuff too." Curtis snorted. "Old cash ain't worth the paper it's printed on half the time. Especially if it's waterlogged." "This is significant volume," Jerry pressed. "Enough to make it worth the trouble. Enough for everyone to get a nice taste." Curtis was silent for a long moment, chewing on the inside of his cheek. He walked over to a grimy window, peering out through the blinds at Jerry's truck, then back at Jerry. "Gear you're talking about, that ain't cheap. Torches need special gas mix, bags gotta be rated, hydraulics. Where you think I get that kind of stuff? Falls off a truck. You know people, Curtis. You can get things." "Yeah, I can get things," Curtis acknowledged slowly. "Cost money. Or favors. And I ain't running a charity." He turned fully towards Jerry, his eyes hard. "What's my cut?" Jerry had expected this. 15%. Of whatever we pull out." Curtis laughed, a harsh barking sound. 15? You insult me, cousin. I provide the gear, the discretion, maybe even the transportation, dependent on the size, and I get 15%. He shook his head. "Try 50. 50. Jerry felt his jaw tighten. 50% was robbery. But Curtis held all the cards when it came to untraceable, heavy-duty equipment. 50's too high, Curtis. There's partners involved. Can't do 50. Partners? Curtis's eyes sharpened. Who? Doesn't matter who. Point is, 50 sinks the whole deal. Jerry countered, thinking fast. 25. That's the best I can do. Fair price for equipment rental, and keeping your mouth shut. Curtis stared at him, then slowly a predatory grin spread across his face. All right. 25%. He paused, letting the agreement hang in the air before adding the kicker. And my associate, Ray, goes along. On every trip. Jerry's blood ran cold. Ray. The silent, tattooed man currently sitting on the porch. Ray was Curtis's chief enforcer, rumored to be handy with a tire iron and utterly devoid of conscience. Having Ray involved wasn't just security, it was Curtis putting a leash directly around Jerry's neck. Don't need muscle, Curtis, Jerry argued, trying to keep his voice steady. Need divers, technicians. Ray provides security, Curtis stated flatly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Make sure nobody gets any funny ideas. Make sure my investment is protected. He goes, or there's no gear, Jerry. Your choice. Jerry felt trapped. Bringing Ray into this was incredibly dangerous. It escalated things exponentially. What would Rex say? He'd expressly forbidden involving Curtis, let alone his psychopathic heavy. But without the gear, they couldn't get the chests. Without the chests, Rex was ruined, Patty would disappear, and Jerry would be left holding the bag with Curtis anyway. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. He looked at Curtis's unyielding face, at the grim certainty in his eyes. He thought of the potential fortune, sitting in the silt, waiting. 25%, and Ray. It was a steep price, a dangerous bargain. But it was the only way forward. All right, Curtis, Jerry said, the words tasting like defeat. 25%. And Ray comes along. Curtis's grin widened, showing yellow teeth. Pleasure doing business with ya, cousin. He slapped Jerry hard on the back. Ray. Get your ass in here. The porch door opened, and Ray stepped inside, ducking his head under the low frame. He was taller than Jerry remembered, broader in the shoulders, his face an impassive mask, eyes like chips of obsidian. He didn't speak, just looked at Curtis, waiting. Ray, Curtis announced, gesturing towards Jerry. You're going fishing with my cousin here. Gonna be his new best friend. Make sure nobody steals his bait. Ray's dead eyes flicked towards Jerry, lingered for a moment, then returned to Curtis. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. Jerry felt a chill, despite the trailer's stuffy heat. He'd gotten the gear. But he'd just invited the devil onto his boat. He wondered how long it would take before Ray, or Curtis, decided they wanted more than just 25%. He wondered how he was going to explain this to Rex. He wondered if any of them would get out of this alive. Chapter 14. The next extreme fishing shoot felt different. Tainted. Rex stood at the Scarab's helm, navigating back towards the cursed cove, the morning sun glinting off the water with a cheerfulness that felt obscene. He tried to focus on the positives. Duncan, buoyed by the initial raw footage, especially Patty in the turquoise bikini, had actually fronted a little more cash, enough to keep Lars paid and the gas tanks full for another week or two. He'd even sprung for a slightly better underwater drone camera, a small ROV with its own lights and thrusters, which Lars was currently fiddling with on the deck. And surprisingly, the show, or at least the heavily edited clips Patty had been leaking onto local social media forums, was generating some buzz. A few comments online, a mention in the Spa City Chronicles weekend guide. Catch rising star Patty Hopkins wrangling lunkers on Lake Washita. It wasn't network syndication, but it was something. People were noticing Dial Isle, even if it was just as a backdrop for Patty's jiggling. But the buzz felt insignificant compared to the cold weight of the secret hidden beneath the model unit's deck, and the even colder presence standing silently near the Scarab's stern. Ray. Jerry had broken the news about Curtis's terms 2 nights earlier, presenting it to Rex not as a negotiation, but as a done deal. The cousin could get the gear, bigger lift bags, specialized torches, maybe even sonar to map the other chests, but Ray came with the package. Rex had exploded, predictably. He'd paced, yelled, threatened to pull the plug on the whole insane operation. But Jerry had just stood there, impassive, letting Rex rant, until finally, faced with the reality that Curtis's underworld connections were the only viable path to the equipment they needed now, Rex had defeated. He'd agreed, hating himself for it, hating Jerry for forcing his hand, hating the whole damn mess he was in. So now Ray was here, ostensibly as Jerry's dive assistant. He wore cut-off denim shorts and a tight black t-shirt stretched over slabs of muscle, his prison tattoos stark against his pale skin in the bright sunlight. He hadn't said a word since climbing aboard, just stood watchful and still, his obsidian eyes scanning the boat, the crew, the shoreline, missing nothing. His presence threw a pall over the operation, a silent, menacing reminder of the dangerous path they were on. Even Patty seemed subdued, her usual flirty banter replaced with a brittle professionalism. Lars looked terrified, pointedly avoiding eye contact with the newcomer. "All right," Rex announced, forcing a semblance of command into his voice as he cut the main engines, letting the boat drift near the mouth of the cove. "Lars, let's try out that new drone. Patty, maybe you can talk about underwater structure, how it attracts the big ones." Lars, grateful for the distraction, launched the small ROV over the side. It buzzed faintly as it descended, its lights cutting through the green water. On the monitor clamped near the helm, they watched the feed, a smoother, clearer picture than Jerry's handheld camera had provided. Lars piloted it skillfully towards the submerged tree line. "Okay, Patty, you're on," Rex prompted. Patty pasted on her hosting smile, turning towards the main camera Lars manned. "Hey anglers. Patty here again, on beautiful Dial Isle Cove. Today, we're going deep with our new Fishfinder 5,000 feet drone cam." She gestured towards the monitor. "We're exploring the hidden world beneath the waves, showing you exactly where those monster bass love to hang out. See those old trees? That's prime real estate for lunkers." She kept up the patter, pointing out features on the monitor as Lars guided the drone deeper, inevitably closer to the eastern side of the cove towards the rock ledge. Rex felt his muscles tense. They weren't supposed to be filming there today. "Easy, Lars," Rex said quickly. "Keep it towards the center channel." "Just getting a look at that drop-off," Lars replied, concentrating on the drone controls. "Good contrast." Suddenly, the drone's forward motion stopped. The video feed jolted, then listed sharply to one side, showing only murky silt and a tangled shape Rex couldn't identify. "What happened?" Patty asked, her smile faltering. "It's stuck," Lars groaned, manipulating the joysticks frantically. "Thrusters aren't responding right. Must be snagged on something." He pointed at the depth gauge on the drone's display. "Right near that ledge we saw the other day." Rex's heart hammered against his ribs. "Stuck. Near the ledge. Near the chests." He looked at Jerry, saw the same alarm flash in his eyes. Ray shifted his weight, his gaze fixed intently on the monitor. "Can you reverse it?" Rex asked, trying to keep his voice calm. "Trying," Lars grunted, sweat popping on his forehead. "Thrusters are whining. It's properly fouled on something." "Damn it, Lars," Rex snapped. "That's expensive equipment." "Maybe Jerry can dive down, free it up," Patty suggested, recovering quickly, already seeing the potential drama. "Adds to the excitement, right? Extreme fishing rescue mission." Jerry looked at Rex, then at Ray. This was exactly the kind of attention they didn't need near that spot. But letting the drone stay there, tangled God knows how close to the chests, was unthinkable. Someone else might come looking for it. "Yeah," Jerry said slowly. "Guess I can take a look." He glanced meaningfully at Ray. "Might need an extra pair of hands." Ray just gave that almost imperceptible nod, already stripping off his t-shirt, revealing more ink across his shoulders and back. Rex felt powerless, caught in the current. "Fine. Just be careful. And Lars," he rounded on the hapless cameraman, "keep that main camera rolling. Film everything. If we lose the drone, Duncan's gonna want footage of why." At least they could try to control the narrative. Jerry and Ray Ray geared up quickly, swapping only essential nods and gestures. They slipped into the water, Jerry carrying a dive knife and a coil of thin rope, Ray Ray armed with only his brute strength. On the monitor that Lars had hastily reconnected to Jerry's helmet cam, the murky descent was tense. They reached the snagged drone quickly. It was worse than Rex feared. One of the drone's small skids was firmly wedged in the exact same rock crevice where the first chest had been jammed. It was tangled not just on rock, but on something metallic underneath the silt, undoubtedly one of the remaining chests. Jerry signaled to Ray Ray, pointing at the wedged skid. Ray Ray braced himself against the rock face, his muscles bunching, and pulled. The drone tilted precariously, threatening to break apart. Jerry used his knife, sawing at whatever unseen underwater root or debris was also contributing to the snag. Silt billowed, obscuring the view. For agonizing moments, the monitor showed only murky chaos. Rex held his breath. Patty leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen, narrating the danger in hushed, excited tones for Lars's camera. Then, with a sudden jerk, the drone came free. Jerry quickly attached the rope to it, signaling Rex to haul it up. Ray Ray gave the rock ledge and the hidden shapes beneath the silt one last long look before kicking back towards the surface. They broke water, Jerry towing the slightly battered drone, Ray Ray surfacing beside him, impassive as ever. Lars and Patty hauled the drone aboard. "Well, anglers," Patty gushed, turning back to the main camera flushed with adrenaline, "you saw it here first. A dangerous underwater rescue. Looks like our fish finder 5,000 feet took a beating, but thanks to the quick action of our expert dive team, we lived to fish another day. That's the kind of unpredictable excitement you get right here on Extreme Fishing." Later, reviewing the footage Jerry had captured on his helmet cam, Rex felt sick. The image of the drone snagged directly on the treasure location, the close-up view of Ray Ray's hands scrabbling near the hidden chests, the billowing silt, it was terrifyingly close. An email pinged on Rex's laptop. It was from Duncan. Subject, "More of that." The body read simply, "Rex baby." Watch the live feed upload from Lars. The drone rescue? Genius. Real Jeopardy. Ratings gold. Forget the fake fishing, give me more of that. Whatever you gotta do, get me more danger. XOXO, Dick. Rex closed the laptop, rubbing his temples. Duncan wanted danger. Billy Ray wanted normalcy. Curtis wanted 50%. And somewhere, beneath the murky water and the swirling silt, the chests waited, promising salvation or ruin. The close call hadn't scared Duncan off. It had just whetted his appetite. Getting the treasure out just got infinitely more complicated. Okay, here is Chapter 10, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 15. Billy Ray Tulsi swirled the amber liquid in his glass, the ice cubes clinking softly in the quiet murmur of the Spa City Country Club bar. He hated coming here. The forced smiles, the hushed gossip, the smell of old money and entitlement. But it was sometimes the necessary place to pick up whispers you wouldn't hear down at the feed store or the bait shop. And right now, Billy Ray needed whispers. He needed context. Something about Rex Dial wasn't sitting right. Hadn't been since that last visit out at Dial Isle. It wasn't just the stress, the exhaustion etched onto Rex's face. Billy Ray knew project pressure. He saw it every day. This felt different. A brittle, almost frantic energy beneath the surface, coupled with that ridiculous fishing show, and the odd hours Rex seemed to be keeping. And the girl, Patty Hopkins. She stuck in his craw. He remembered her cool deflection when he'd recognized her family name, Jenkins. Don't judge all of us by a few bad seeds, okay? Easy to say. But the Jenkins clan, their reputation around the county wasn't just bad seeds, it was kudzu, choking out anything decent it touched for generations. Eubanks breathing down his neck about Rex's loan was just due diligence, standard predatory banking practice. But Eubanks breathing down Billy Ray's neck to find fault, any fault, meant Billy Ray needed to be damn sure there wasn't any actual fire generating Rex's smoke. If Rex was mixed up in something shady, especially something involving the Jenkinses, Eubanks wouldn't just foreclose. He'd crucify Rex and hang Billy Ray out to dry as the negligent loan officer who hadn't seen it coming. He took a slow sip of his bourbon. He needed to know more about Patty Hopkins and her kin. Not just the ones who owed the bank money, but the deeper roots. The next morning, Billy Ray bypassed the usual credit checks and background searches. Those were too clean, too official. He needed local color, the kind found in dusty courthouse archives and the fading memories of county old-timers. He started at the Garland County Courthouse, ostensibly pulling property records related to Rex's development, but using the opportunity to access older plat maps and land transfer documents from the area around Dial Isle Cove, dating back 50, 60 years. He spent hours hunched over brittle, oversized books in the records room, the air thick with the smell of decaying paper and dust mites. He traced property lines, ownership changes, rights-of-way granted and revoked around the lake's formation. Names jumped out, families who'd sold out to the government when the dam was built, others who held onto lakeside tracts. And then, the Jenkins name started appearing with more frequency than seemed natural. Not prime waterfront, mostly rougher parcels back in the hollows, bordering the national forest, but strategically placed. Small land deals, often cash transactions noted in the margins, timber rights leases that seemed unusually lucrative. Nothing overtly illegal, but a pattern of quiet accumulation, of controlling access points. He found records of liens placed against Jenkins' properties over the years, unpaid taxes, defaulted loans, including a few old ones from his own bank, quickly satisfied just before auction, civil judgments related to boundary disputes that occasionally mentioned threats or intimidation. A picture began to form, not of flamboyant criminals, but of something more ingrained, more insidious. A clannish territorial family operating just inside and often just outside the margins of the law for decades. He took a break, heading over to Shirley's Diner for lunch, a place where the waitresses knew everyone's business and the coffee was strong enough to strip paint. He got talking to Earl, the retired deputy sheriff who held court in the back booth most mornings, nursing lukewarm coffee and dispensing unsolicited opinions. Jenkins family? Earl squinted, taking a long drag from his cigarette. Who boy? Which branch you talkin' about? They got roots deeper in an old oak, and most of 'em are rotten. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Back in the 50s and 60s, before the lake really got touristy, this county was rougher. Lots of cash moving through, moonshine runners, timber money skimmed off the top, maybe worse stuff coming up from Hot Springs. The Jenkinses, they always seemed to be around the edges of things. Never got caught clean for anything big, but stuff happened around them. People disappeared. Billy Ray felt a prickle of unease. Disappeared? Earl shrugged, blowing smoke towards the ceiling fan. Guy Cross's old man Jenkins, back in '58 over a timber lease. His trucks found empty down by the river road a week later. Never seen again. Few years after that, couple of fellas from out of state, flashy types asking questions about investment opportunities. Their car turns up burned out near the county line. Bodies never found. Nothing ever stuck to the Jenkinses, mind you. Always had an alibi, or folks were too scared to talk. But everyone knew. Earl leaned forward again. They say old man Jenkins, Patty's granddaddy I reckon it'd be, used to boast he owned half the secrets in this county, buried deep where no one'd ever find 'em. He tapped the side of his head. Or maybe buried him deep out in that lake bottom before the water came up. Who knows? Point is, you don't want to stir up trouble with that bunch, Billy Ray. Still got family around. Still got long memories. Billy Ray thanked Earl for the history lesson, leaving his half-eaten burger on the plate. Buried secrets. People disappearing. A family operating in the shadows around the lake for generations. He thought about Rex, filming his ridiculous fishing show in that specific cove. He thought about Patty Hopkins, coolly deflecting questions about her family. He thought about the look on Rex's face, not just stress but fear. Back at the bank, Billy Ray felt a growing sense of dread. He pulled up the original loan application files for Dial Isle again. He looked at the geological surveys, the environmental impact statements. Everything clean, checked off. But then he cross-referenced the old plat maps he'd seen with the survey boundaries. Rex's Cove wasn't just random shoreline. According to the oldest maps, before the lake filled, a significant portion of that submerged land, including the area around that rock ledge Jerry was so interested in, had belonged to one Hiram Jenkins, Patty's grandfather. The one Earl said boasted about burying secrets deep. Billy Ray leaned back in his chair, the pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. Rex wasn't just stressed about money. He was in over his head, tangled up with something far older and more dangerous than a simple construction loan. And Patty Hopkins, his pretty assistant with the Jenkins blood, was right there in the middle of it. This wasn't just about Rex defaulting anymore. Billy Ray had a terrible feeling that whatever Rex had stumbled upon out there in the water, it was tied directly to the Jenkins family's dark history. And Mr. Eubanks, in his blind greed, might just push Rex hard enough to unleash ghosts that should have stayed buried at the bottom of the lake. Okay, here's Chapter 11, following the outline and instructions, aiming for a John D. MacDonald-esque style. Chapter 16. The late afternoon sun slanted across the deck of the Scarab, turning the chrome fittings into weapons aimed at the eye. Heat radiated off the fiberglass in shimmering waves, thick enough to swim through. Rex Dial sat at the small table in the boat's covered cockpit, nursing a lukewarm beer he didn't really want, watching the other three. Across from him, Jerry sprawled in a deck chair, methodically cleaning a piece of dive gear, his movements precise, economical, giving nothing away. Patty lounged on the padded bench seat, sunglasses hiding her eyes, one long tanned leg swinging rhythmically, a picture of calculated nonchalance that didn't fool Rex for a second. And then there was Ray, Curtis Jenkins's contribution to the party. He stood near the stern, arms crossed, his presence a dead weight in the humid air. He hadn't moved much in the past hour, just stood there like some brooding, tattooed statue, occasionally shifting his gaze from the shoreline to the tree line to the three people pretending to have a planning session. He hadn't said a word, didn't need to. His silence was louder than any threat Curtis could have bellowed over the phone. He was the minder, the muscle, the walking guarantee that Cousin Curtis got his 25%, maybe more if the mood struck him. Rex felt the man's gaze like a physical pressure, a reminder of the dirty bargain struck in some backwoods trailer that had dragged Rex's precarious situation down into something infinitely more dangerous. They were supposed to be planning the next dive. Supposed to be figuring out how to use the equipment Curtis was allegedly sourcing. Heavy-duty lift bags, maybe a small hydraulic spreader Jerry called a persuader, an underwater torch that could cut through rusted steel like butter. But Rex's gut was churning, soured by Billy Ray's warning, by the Jenkins connection, by the sheer sickening weight of the corroded chest hidden under his model unit. "Look," Rex said, setting his beer down with a thud that sounded too loud in the stillness. "Maybe we need to slow down. Think this through." He directed his words at Jerry, avoiding Ray's blank stare. Billy Ray was out here yesterday, asking questions, talking about Eubanks, looking for any excuse. We need to lay low. Let things cool off. Jerry didn't look up from the regulator he was disassembling. Cool off. He blew gently on a valve. Things ain't cooling off, Rex. Your banker's breathing down your neck. My cousin's breathing down mine for fronting the gear. And those chests ain't getting any more secure sitting down there. Every day is another chance for some fisherman to snag a line, some other diver to get curious. He finally looked up, his pale eyes flat. Time ain't on our side. So we just blunder ahead. Rex countered, feeling his frustration rise. Bring in heavy gear, make noise, risk everything. What if someone sees the equipment? What if Ray here, He gestured towards the silent figure. Get spotted by the wrong person. We need a better plan, something less obvious. Patty slid her sunglasses down her nose, peering at Rex over the rims. Less obvious than what, Rex? Sending Jerry down with a bucket and spade? We need the tools Jerry's talking about. That's the only way to get those other boxes out quickly and quietly. She shifted her gaze to Jerry. Right, Jer? Jerry grunted an affirmative, going back to his regulator. Patty smiled, a quick, satisfied flicker, and slid her sunglasses back up, playing them off each other, keeping Jerry focused on the mechanics, the action, while feeding Rex's caution just enough to make him feel heard, but ultimately steering him towards the outcome she wanted. Rex saw it clear as day, but felt powerless to stop it. He was outnumbered, outmaneuvered. Maybe we rig something simpler, Rex persisted, grasping at straws. Use the boat winch more. Try to wedge them out without the heavy salvage gear? Jerry snorted, a small derisive sound. You weren't down there, Rex. They're jammed solid. Bigger than the first one. You try horsing them out with just the winch. You'll likely tear the damn things apart, spill whatever's inside all over the bottom, or bring half the rock ledge down on top of them. Or, he added pointedly, snap the winch cable and attract every boat within 5 miles. We need controlled lift. We need the bags. We need the persuader, if they're really stuck. And the torch? Rex asked, dreading the answer. An underwater cutting torch wasn't exactly subtle. Only if we have to, Jerry conceded. Might need it to cut old cables, debris, whatever they're fouled on. Last resort. Ray shifted his weight, the movement drawing all their eyes. He still didn't speak, but he reached down, picked up the short, heavy crowbar Jerry had used on the first chest, and balanced it lightly in his hand, testing its weight. The implied message was clear. Some problems didn't need finesse, they just needed force. The air grew thick again. Rex looked at Patty's smooth, impassive face behind the dark glasses, at Jerry's stubborn focus on his equipment, at Ray casually weighing the crowbar. He felt a profound sense of isolation. They weren't a team, they were 3, no 4, separate appetites converging on a single point, each with their own agenda, their own secrets. Patty wanted the money, the escape. Jerry wanted the score, maybe the thrill, maybe just to get Curtis off his back. Ray wanted whatever Curtis told him to want, and probably enjoyed the simmering threat he represented. And Rex just wanted out. Out from under the bank, out from under this crushing secret, out from under the watchful eyes of men like Ray. But the only way out seemed to be deeper in. Okay, Rex said finally, the words scraped raw from his throat. Okay. We use the gear. But we plan it, meticulously. One night. In and out. Minimal exposure. We find a way to mask the noise, the lights. Curtis can get us a generator baffle, Jerry offered, already reassembling the regulator. Military surplus. Quiets it down considerably. And lights. Low-power LEDs. Minimal backscatter underwater. Keep the surface dark. Patty stretched languidly. See, Rex? Jerry's got it figured out. Stop worrying so much. She smiled at him, a slow, deliberate curve of the lips that promised everything and guaranteed nothing. Rex didn't feel reassured. He felt like a man standing on a trapdoor, hearing the click of the latch spring open beneath him. He looked back towards the stern. Ray had set the crowbar down, but hadn't moved away from it. He was watching Rex now, his eyes unblinking, holding a look that wasn't quite malice, wasn't quite boredom, but something chillingly in between. It was the look of a man patiently waiting for something to break. Rex had the sickening feeling it might be him. Okay, here is Chapter 12, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 17. The call came mid-morning, crackling over Rex's cell phone while he stood on the sun-baked dock, watching Lars try with agonizing slowness to attach a new decorative facade panel to the nearest condo unit. It wasn't Billy Ray's usual guarded commiseration. It was the crisp, impersonal voice of someone from the bank's commercial loan department, Miss Henderson maybe, informing him that as part of their standard review process for construction loans nearing completion, a bald-faced lie, Dial Isle was nowhere near completion, they would be sending an independent appraiser out. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock sharp. Mr. Harmon Pendergast. Please ensure he has full access to the site and relevant documentation. Click. Rex stared at the phone, the cheerful chirp of a nearby wren suddenly sounding like a screech of impending doom. Independent appraiser. Standard review. Utter bilge water. This was Eubanks, plain and simple. Following up on Billy Ray's groundwork, sending in his own man, Pendergast, probably some retired bean counter Eubanks kept on retainer, to sniff around, poke into corners, find fault. Find that ammunition Billy Ray had warned about. Tomorrow morning. Less than 24 hours. He strode towards the site office, kicking up dust devils from the red dirt path. Patty was inside, mercifully alone, painting her fingernails a shade of coral that probably cost more than Lars's daily wage. She looked up, sensing his urgency, one eyebrow arched quizzically. Bank's sending an appraiser, Rex clipped out, pacing the small space like a caged animal. Tomorrow. 10 a.m. Pendergast. Patty paused, the tiny brush hovering over a nail. Her eyes, usually alight with calculation or amusement, narrowed slightly. Pendergast. Old man Pendergast. He appraised my Aunt Lula's place, over in Jessieville couple years back. Nitpicked every loose floorboard, every crack in the plaster. Said her prize-winning rose bushes were detracting from the property's foundational integrity. She blew gently on her nail. He's Eubanks's hatchet man, Rex. If there's a loose nail anywhere on this property, Pendergast will find it and write a 3-page report on the potential for structural collapse. Exactly, Rex groaned, running a hand through his already messy hair. We need this place looking perfect. More than perfect. We need it looking busy. Active. Like money's pouring in, and condos are flying off the shelf. Patty capped her nail polish bottle with a decisive click. Okay, we can do this. The strategist clicked online. Lars and his crew. Keep them working, make sure they look busy, not just standing around. Maybe move those stacks of drywall inside one of the units. Make it look like interior work is humming along. She stood up, already shedding the bored lounge act. I'll handle the office. Dig out all the blueprints, permits, invoices. Spread them out, look organized, professional. Maybe even mock up a couple of fake pre-sale agreements, leave them lying around where Pendergast might see them. Fake agreements. Adds atmosphere, Patty said dismissively. Makes it look like there's buyer interest. Pendergast won't look too close. He's just there to find physical flaws Eubanks can use as leverage. Her eyes flickered towards the model unit next door, the one with the crawl space beneath its deck. And we need to make sure that area is completely undisturbed. No muddy footprints leading to the lattice work, no lingering smell of lake bottom. Rex nodded grimly. The chest. He'd almost forgotten, in the immediate panic about the appraiser. That was the real landmine. If Pendergast decided to check crawl space access points for structural integrity or pest infestations. I'll check it, Rex said. After dark tonight. Make sure everything looks normal. The next morning dawned bright and brutally clear, offering no shadowy corners to hide imperfections. Rex, running on coffee and nerves, had Lars's small crew noisily installing window frames on the 3rd floor, dropping tools occasionally for added effect. Patty, cool and composed in a crisp business dress, presided over an office buried in official-looking documents. Rex had spent an hour after midnight, meticulously brushing away any trace of disturbed earth near the model unit's lattice work, even scattering some dry leaves for good measure. At precisely 10 o'clock, a late-model Buick, depressingly beige, crunched into the parking lot. Harmon Pendergast emerged. He was smaller than Rex expected, bird-like, with thin gray hair combed carefully over a pink scalp, wearing a seersucker suit despite the climbing heat. He carried a battered leather briefcase and peered at the construction site through thick spectacles, his lips pursed in an expression of perpetual disapproval. He looked exactly like the kind of man who'd find fault with prize-winning roses. "Mr. Dial?" Pendergast chirped, extending a dry, bony hand. "Harmon Pendergast. Shall we begin?" The next 2 hours were a slow torture. Pendergast moved with painstaking deliberation, clipboard in hand, making meticulous notes. He measured wall thicknesses, checked foundation levels, peered at plumbing rough-ins, questioned Lars about wiring standards, occasionally letting out a non-committal hum that scraped along Rex's raw nerves. He spent an inordinate amount of time examining the dock structure, tapping pilings, sighting along the decking. Patty intercepted him as he approached the office and model unit, dazzling him with a high-wattage smile and a blizzard of paperwork she didn't give him time to actually read. She steered him through the pristine model unit, pointing out the high-end finishes, the imported tile, the energy-efficient appliances, chattering brightly about overwhelming buyer interest and pre-construction reservations. Rex watched from the doorway, marveling at her performance, praying she could keep Pendergast distracted. The critical moment came when Pendergast stepped out onto the model unit's back deck. Rex held his breath. The appraiser surveyed the view, then turned his attention downwards, his gaze sweeping over the deck structure, the railings, the latticework screening the crawl space. He took a step towards it. "Termite shields are crucial in this climate, Mr. Dial," Pendergast commented, his voice dry as dust. "Access to the substructure for inspection is vital." He reached towards the lattice panel Rex had so carefully replaced. "Absolutely." Patty chimed in instantly, stepping smoothly between Pendergast and the crawl space access. "And we used only top-of-the-line galvanized shielding, fully compliant with Section 814 of the County Code. We have the specs right here in the office if you'd like to review them after you've enjoyed the view." She gestured vaguely back towards the lake, subtly redirecting his attention. Pendergast hesitated, his fingers hovering near the lattice. He peered at Patty over his spectacles, then seemed to decide the paperwork review was sufficient. Very well. Ensure documentation is available." He made another note on his clipboard and turned back towards the view, apparently satisfied. Rex let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Close. Too damn close. The rest of the inspection passed in a blur of forced smiles and strained nonchalance. Pendergast finally packed his briefcase, gave Rex another dry handshake, and climbed back into his beige Buick without offering any hint of his findings. They watched him drive away, leaving a plume of red dust hanging in the still air. Patty sagged against the office doorframe, the bright smile finally dropping from her face. "Well," she said, pulling off the high heels she'd worn for the performance. "That was fun." Rex felt drained, exhausted, but also strangely wired. They'd passed inspection, dodged the bullet for now. But it was a temporary reprieve. Eubanks wouldn't give up. Pendergast would find something to put in his report, some minor infraction Eubanks could magnify into a breach of contract. They needed the rest of the treasure, and they needed it fast, before Eubanks lowered the boom for good. The appraiser's visit hadn't just been pressure. It was a countdown clock, ticking louder now, pushing them faster towards the dark water and the dangerous gamble waiting beneath it. Okay, here is Chapter 13, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 18. The night felt borrowed, stolen from the hours when decent people slept and reclaimed debts. A sliver of moon hung low in the west, offering little more than a reminder of how deep the darkness really was out on the water. Rex kept the Scarab's electric motor at a bare whisper, the only sound the soft hiss of the hull slicing through the flat calm lake, the occasional slap of water against the chines. Beside him, Patty scanned the black shorelines, her face taut in the dim glow from the instrument panel. In the stern, illuminated only by the faint red light Jerry used to preserve night vision, The atmosphere was thick with a different kind of tension. Jerry moved with his usual fluid economy, checking gauges, adjusting straps, preparing his dive rig. But beside him, Ray watched, not helping, just being there, a block of silent disapproval, his presence making every routine action feel fraught. The new equipment, sourced by Curtis and delivered anonymously via a dead drop at a deserted boat ramp, lay on the deck like unexploded ordnance. 2 large professional-grade lift bags neatly folded, a compact hydraulic spreader tool, the Persuader, with its own power pack, and the underwater cutting torch rig, its hoses coiled like sleeping snakes, its presence vaguely obscene. They reached the cove, the familiar dread settling into Rex's stomach like cold mud. He cut the motor, letting the boat glide the last 50 yards on momentum, silence amplifying the distant thrum of insects, the unnerving closeness of the black water. "All right," Jerry murmured, his voice low, tight. "Same drill as last time, mostly. Patty, your lookout. Rex, lines and winch. Ray." He hesitated for a fraction of a second. "You stay topside with Rex, unless I signal for the Persuader or the torch." "Got it." Ray didn't answer, just gave that chillingly minimal nod. It wasn't agreement. It was acknowledgement that he'd heard the suggestion, reserving the right to do whatever the hell he wanted. Jerry slipped over the side, disappearing into the inky blackness. Rex paid out the thin guideline, feeling the familiar tension as Jerry descended. He glanced at Ray, who leaned against the transom, idly cleaning his fingernails with the tip of a nasty-looking switchblade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Rex quickly looked away, focusing on the almost imperceptible vibrations coming up the guideline. Down below, Jerry worked quickly, efficiently, guided by the low-powered beam of his dive light. He located the remaining chests, 2 of them, definitely larger than the first, wedged deeper under the rock ledge. He chose the one that seemed slightly more accessible, clearing away silt and debris, checking for potential snags. He attached the strops for the larger lift bags, signaling Rex to feed him the inflation hoses. The process felt slower this time, heavier. Rex could feel the increased strain as Jerry maneuvered the bags into position, the sheer dead weight of the target resisting every effort. Minutes crawled by. Patty shifted restlessly, scanning the darkness. Ray continued his silent grooming with the knife. Finally, the signal came, sharp tugs on the inflation line. Rex cracked the valve on the air tank dedicated to the bags, feeding compressed air down into the depths. He watched the line intently, waiting for the telltale sign of ascent. It came, but sluggishly. The chest was fighting back. Then something went wrong. A frantic series of rapid tugs vibrated up the guideline, Jerry's emergency signal. Rex's heart leapt into his throat. "Something's wrong," he hissed at Ray. Before Ray could react, Jerry surfaced violently 20 feet from the boat, mask askew, gasping, clawing at his regulator. He ripped it from his mouth, choking. "Free flow," he sputtered, treading water heavily. "Damn valve, stuck wide open, emptied half my tank in 30 seconds. Patty scrambled to the side. "Jerry, are you okay?" He coughed again, shaking his head, trying to catch his breath in the thin night air. Yeah, just sucked wind." But Rex saw the slight tremor in his hands, the way his eyes darted around, unfocused. Running low on air underwater, especially during heavy exertion, played hell with your system. As if summoned by the commotion, a low thrum vibrated across the water. Headlights stabbed through the darkness from the main channel, sweeping across the mouth of the cove. A boat. Moving slowly, deliberately. Lake patrol. Or just some late-night fisherman heading home. "Kill the deck lights," Rex whispered urgently. He fumbled for the switch, plunging the Scarab into near-total darkness, save for the faint glow of the GPS screen. The approaching boat slowed further, its spotlight beam now playing methodically along the shoreline, getting closer. They were caught. Exposed. "The chest," Patty hissed. "It's halfway up. We can't just leave it." The guideline in Rex's hand was still taut, the chest presumably dangling somewhere below Jerry, held aloft by the partially inflated lift bags. Abandoning it now meant leaving undeniable evidence of their activity. "Ray," Rex said, his voice tight with panic. "Get him back aboard. We gotta go. Now." Ray needed no urging. He reached over the side, grabbed Jerry's harness with one massive hand, and hauled him towards the boat like a hooked fish. Simultaneously, Rex started pulling frantically on the guideline, trying to bring the chest closer, faster. The spotlight swept past them, lingered for a heart-stopping moment on the disturbed water where Jerry had surfaced, then moved on, continuing its slow patrol down the shoreline. But the boat itself didn't speed up. It continued its crawl, engine noise echoing in the sudden silence. They were being watched. Jerry scrambled aboard, helped by Ray, collapsing onto the deck, still breathing raggedly. Rex and Patty strained on the line, the chest breaking the surface just feet from the boat, larger than the first one, blacker, more menacing. "Get it in," Jerry gasped, pointing towards the winch. There was no time for finesse. Rex engaged the winch, the electric motor whining loudly in the stillness. Ray grabbed the chest's corroded edges, his muscles bulging as he helped guide and heave it over the gunnel. It slammed onto the deck with a crash that seemed to echo across the entire lake, gouging the fiberglass. One corner looked buckled, possibly breached from the rough handling or the initial prying attempt Jerry must have made. "Go, Rex. Go," Patty urged, her eyes wide, fixed on the other boat's lights. Rex threw the electric motor into gear, spinning the Scarab around and heading for the darkest part of the shoreline, praying the silent engine and the intervening distance would be enough. He didn't dare risk the throaty rumble of the main engines yet. Behind them, the other boat maintained its slow pace for another 100 yards, then, apparently satisfied, its engine note changed, picking up speed as it headed back towards the main channel and disappeared around the point. False alarm? Or a warning? Rex couldn't be sure. His hands were shaking as he steered towards the hidden inlet they'd used before. They reached the sanctuary of the willows, the silence broken only by Jerry's harsh breathing and the drip of water from the newly acquired chest. Jerry sat slumped against the transom, rubbing his temples, his skin pale and clammy in the dim lantern light Rex risked turning on. "You okay?" Rex asked, the adrenaline dump leaving him feeling hollow. "Yeah," Jerry mumbled, but his movements seemed sluggish and coordinated. "Just need a minute. Came up too fast after that free flow." Rex looked at the second chest. It was definitely bigger than the first, and the damaged corner looked bad. Had they lost anything when they hoisted aboard? Had the contents been compromised? And the other boat? Had they seen enough to get suspicious? Enough to come back? They'd gotten another piece of the treasure. Partial success. But the price was escalating. An injured diver, damaged goods, and the chilling certainty that someone might now be watching the water, alerted by their desperate, clumsy haste. The cracks in their uneasy alliance, Rex realized, weren't the only things threatening to break wide open. Okay, here is Chapter 14, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 19. Patty Hopkins needed bleach. Not the metaphorical kind, to wash away the grime of the past few days, the lingering smell of lake mud, the metallic tang of fear, the sight of Jerry pale and shaky after his close call, but actual high-test Clorox. Jerry, recovering slowly at the cabin, complaining of headaches and joint pain he tried to shrug off as just the bends, had managed to drip muddy water from the second retrieved chest onto the cheap linoleum floor near the workbench where he'd stashed it temporarily. It wasn't much, but Patty had learned early that carelessness was a luxury poor folks couldn't afford, and loose ends had a way of tripping you up. Besides, the sharp, sterile smell of bleach felt like a necessary antidote to the musty odor of decay clinging to their newfound waterlogged fortune. She pulled her aging Civic into the gravel lot of a rundown crossroads store miles from Spa City proper, the kind of place that sold everything from fishing lures and ammo to questionable deli meat and off-brand cigarettes. It catered mostly to the hard-scrabble locals who lived back in the hollows, People who knew each other's business, or made it their business to know. People like her own extended kin. Normally, she avoided places like this, preferring the anonymous aisles of the supermarkets in town, but she didn't want to risk running into anyone who knew her connection to Rex Dial today. The bell above the door jingled with disproportionate cheerfulness as she stepped inside, the cool, artificially conditioned air a welcome relief from the oppressive humidity outside. The store smelled of dust, stale beer, and fried food. A couple of weathered men in feed caps glanced up from the counter where they were nursing cokes, their eyes lingering on her cut-off shorts and tight tank top with an appraisal that was both crude and weary. She ignored them, heading towards the cleaning supplies aisle at the back. She found the bleach, grabbed a gallon jug, and turned back towards the counter. And stopped dead. Blocking the narrow aisle, leaning against a shelf stacked high with canned beans, was a man she hadn't seen in years but recognized instantly. Wade Jenkins. Her second cousin, or maybe third. The Jenkins family tree had branches that tangled and looped back on themselves in ways best not examined too closely. Wade was all hard edges and bad angles, lean and wiry where his brother Curtis was thick and solid. He had the same watchful piggy eyes as Curtis, but Wade's held a restless, unpredictable energy, like frayed wiring waiting to spark. He wore dirty jeans and a sleeveless denim jacket over intricate, faded tattoos that snaked up his arms. He looked like trouble that had been left out in the sun too long. "Well now," Wade drawled, a slow, knowing smirk spreading across his thin lips. "If it ain't Patty Hopkins. Slummin' it a bit, ain't ya, cousin? Thought you was livin' high on the hog up there with that fancy condo fella." Patty forced a tight smile. "Just grabbing some supplies, Wade. Didn't know you shopped way out here. Keep it light. Keep it moving." "Gotta get out of town sometimes," Wade said, not moving out of the aisle. His eyes swept over her again, slower this time, more calculating. "Hear you been spendin' a lot of time out on the water lately. You and that dive master boyfriend of yours. Heard you're even making some kind of TV show." Patty's smile felt brittle. News traveled fast in the hollows, faster when it involved family doing something unusual. "Just a little something for local cable," she said dismissively. "Trying to help my boss promote his condos." Wade chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "Yeah. Filmin' fish. Or filmin' something else." He took a step closer, lowering his voice, the smirk fading into something harder. "Funny thing is, heard you been doing a lot of your filmin' over near the old Haskell Place Cove. Deep water back there. Water that covers land that used to belong to our granddaddy." Patty felt a chill snake down her spine, despite the store's air conditioning. This wasn't casual conversation. This was targeted. Someone had talked. Curtis. Had he let something slip to Wade? Or was this just Jenkins' intuition, the clannish radar picking up vibrations? "It's a good spot for base," Patty said, keeping her voice steady, meeting his gaze. "Lots of structure." "Structure," Wade repeated, savoring the word. "Yeah, lot of structure down there, all right. Stuff folks wanted forgotten. Stuff folks might get real upset about someone stirring up after all these years." He leaned in closer, his breath smelling faintly of chewing tobacco and stale whiskey. "See, Patty, some places, some things, they belong to the family. Passed down like. Even if they ain't written down on no deed at the courthouse. Folks start pockin' around where they ain't welcome, diggin' up history best left buried. Well, history's got a way of bitin' back. Hard." The threat hung there, unspoken but unmistakable. This wasn't just about trespassing on ancestral land. It was about trespassing on ancestral secrets. Secrets Wade, and presumably other Jenkinses, considered their birthright. "I don't know what you're talking about, Wade," Patty said, trying to sound bored, unimpressed. She clutched the bleach jug like a weapon. "We're just making a fishing show." Wade's eyes narrowed into slits. "Maybe. Maybe not." He didn't smile now. "Just some friendly family advice, cousin. Tell your boyfriend, tell your condo fella, stick to catching fish. Leave the deep water alone. especially around Granddaddy's old claim. Some things down there, they bite harder than any base. He held her gaze for another long second, then abruptly stepped aside, clearing the aisle. "Nice seeing ya, Patty. Don't be a stranger." The words sounded like anything but an invitation. Patty walked quickly towards the counter, her heart pounding against her ribs. She paid for the bleach, avoiding the curious stares of the men at the counter, keenly aware of Wade Jenkins watching her from the back of the store. She practically ran out to her car, fumbling with the keys, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror as she pulled out onto the highway. Wade hadn't followed, but his threat lingered, cold and sharp as the bleach fumes stinging her nostrils. "Leave the deep water alone." She drove towards the cabin, her mind racing. This changed everything. The treasure, the dirty money, the ledgers, whatever secrets lay hidden in those chests, wasn't just unclaimed salvage waiting for her, Rex, and Jerry to pluck it from the depths. It had claimants. Dangerous ones. Her own flesh and blood, knotted together by generations of secrets and violence. Wade's warning wasn't just idle talk. It was a territorial imperative, a promise of retribution if they crossed the line. Her simple plan, grab the cash, disappear, start fresh, suddenly looked naive, childishly simple. Now there were other players circling, drawn by whispers, by instinct, by the gravitational pull of buried history. Getting the rest of the treasure wouldn't just be about dodging Rex's banker or managing Jerry's cousin. It would mean navigating a minefield laid down by her own family, a family that apparently believed those chests, and whatever dark legacy they contained, belonged solely to them. The escape route just got a whole lot narrower and infinitely more treacherous. Okay, here is Chapter 15, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 20. The cheap cell phone Rex used for burner calls chirped like an electronic cricket, startling him. He was sitting in the site office, staring blankly at a pile of invoices he knew he couldn't pay, the afternoon heat pressing in through the single-window air conditioner unit that wheezed and dripped rhythmically. Patty was supposedly out drumming up sponsor interest, which Rex suspected meant she was regrouping after her unsettling encounter with cousin Wade Jenkins, trying to figure out her next angle now that the treasure hunt had potentially turned into a family feud. Jerry was laid up at the cabin, nursing his bruised ribs and decompression headache, leaving Rex alone with the mounting bills, the half-finished condos, the two waterlogged chests hidden nearby, and the silent, menacing presence of Ray, who was currently outside, ostensibly checking tire pressures on Rex's truck with unsettling intensity. Rex snatched up the burner phone. Unknown number. Probably Jerry, checking in. "Yeah. Rex. Baby. It's Dick." The voice boomed through the small speaker, impossibly loud, impossibly enthusiastic. Dick Duncan, the producer, sounding like he'd just mainlined pure caffeine and optimism. Rex instinctively held the phone away from his ear. "Dick. What's up?" "What's up? Ratings are up, baby." "Well, not ratings, but online buzz. That drone rescue clip Hattie slapped online. Viral. Locally, anyway. People are talking. Extreme fishing, danger, adventure. My phone's been ringing off the hook. Well, not off the hook, but it rang. Twice. Local boat dealer wants to know about product placement." "This is it, Rex." "Momentum." Rex sighed inwardly. Momentum towards what? Foreclosure. A shootout with the Jenkins clan. "That's great, Dick, but..." "No buts, Rexy. Strike while the iron is hot. Hotter than Patty and that little blue number she wore last week. We need more footage of that, by the way." "But the danger, baby. That's the ticket. That drone getting snagged, the dive rescue, pure gold. Real. Raw. Edgy." "It was an accident, Dick," Rex said tiredly. "Equipment malfunction." "Accident? Malfunction? SCHM accident. Schmalfunction. It was drama. It was jeopardy. That's what people want. Forget the fish. Fish are boring. Underwater rescues? Hidden dangers? That's the show. Duncan sounded practically giddy. So tell me about that cove, Rexy. The one where the drone got stuck. What's really down there? Submerged plane wreck? Old moonshine operation? Secret government bunker? Rex felt a chill despite the office heat. Duncan's manic energy, usually just annoying, now felt dangerous, like a child playing with matches near a gas leak. It's just rocks, Dick. An old creek channel, some submerged trees. Like we showed. Nah, Duncan steamrolled on. Don't sell me vanilla when I tasted chocolate, baby. That drone didn't just snag on a branch. There's something down there. Something mysterious. I can feel it. The audience can feel it. We gotta lean into it. Lean into what? It's just a lake bottom. Rex tried to sound bored, dismissive. Lake bottom, my ass. This is TV gold. I did some digging, Rexy. Talked to some old-timers around town. Legends. Rumors. That whole area back before the lake. Spooky stuff. Disappearances. Hidden loot. Maybe even Hoffa's hiding place. Oh God. Duncan had been talking to people. People like Earl at the diner, maybe. Spreading the story. Amplifying the local whispers Rex desperately needed to stay buried. Dick, that's just local folklore, Rex protested weakly. Folklore sells, baby. Especially when you've got footage of near-death experiences right on the spot. So here's the pitch. Duncan paused for dramatic effect. Rex could practically hear him vibrating with excitement on the other end of the line. Livestream. Next episode. Extreme fishing, legend of the lost loot. We go back to the cove. Patty tells the spooky stories. Maybe we bring in a psychic. And then, drumroll, we send the divers down live to find the source of the legend. The drone snag. The hidden, whatever. Rex felt the blood drain from his face. A live stream. Divers. Back to the cove. Looking for the source. It was insane. It was suicidal. It would expose everything. The chests, the money, the ledger. Maybe even bring the Jenkins clan down on them with righteous fury. Dick, absolutely not, Rex said firmly, gripping the phone tight. It's too dangerous. We don't have the safety protocols, the insurance. Someone could get hurt. We lost one drone already. Danger is ratings, Rex. Safety is boring. We'll sign waivers. We'll call it unpredictable. Think of the hashtags. Hashtag lake loot, hashtag extreme treasure, hashtag Patty finds Hoffa. Duncan was practically shouting now. This is bigger than condos, baby. This is franchise potential. We could sell maps. Do guided tours. Merch? No, Dick, Rex repeated, trying to inject steel into his voice. The answer is no. We're sticking to fishing. Maybe some light, underwater scenery. Nothing live. Nothing dangerous. A sudden chill entered Duncan's voice, the manic enthusiasm replaced by a shrewd, calculating edge. Rexy. Don't go getting cold feet on me now. We have a contract. You promised me edgy. You promised me extreme. That drone footage. That was extreme. You don't deliver. Well, contracts have clauses, baby. Penalties. Might even find myself talking to your banker buddy, Mr. Eubanks, about the viability of this whole operation if my star producer suddenly can't produce, you know. The threat hung there, blatant and ugly. Duncan knew exactly which screws to turn. If Duncan pulled out, or worse, bad-mouthed the project to Eubanks, Rex was finished. The fishing show, his lunatic Hail Mary attempt to save Dial Isle, had suddenly become the fuse leading directly to its destruction. Just give me some time, Dick, Rex said, stalling, his mind racing. Let me think about the logistics. Safety first, right? Think fast, Rexy, Duncan chirped, the fake cheer back in his voice. Opportunities knocking. Loot waits for no man. Let's aim for end of next week. Live stream treasure hunt. It'll be killer. Click. Rex slowly lowered the phone, the silence in the office deafening. End of next week. Duncan, armed with local rumors and a dangerously inflated sense of drama, was planning to lead a live-streamed expedition straight to their secret honey hole. He looked out the window. Ray had finished with the tires and was now just leaning against the truck, watching the office, watching Rex. Waiting. They were out of time. The cautious, one chest at a time approach was finished. Duncan's idiotic, greedy enthusiasm had forced their hand. They had to get the last chest, maybe both, out now. Before Duncan's live-stream circus brought the whole world, Eubanks, the Jenkins clan, maybe even the law, down on top of them. The next dive wouldn't just be risky, it would have to be the last. One way or another. Okay, here is Chapter 16, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 21. The air in Rex's side office felt like it had been breathed too many times, thick with stale panic and the lingering scent of Patty's nervous cigarette smoke. Duncan's phone call, with its lunatic demands and thinly veiled threats, had acted like a catalyst, crystallizing their simmering anxiety into a hard, sharp-edged desperation. The time for cautious maneuvering, for one chest at a time probes into the murky depths, was over. Duncan's live-stream treasure hunt, slated for the end of next week, had become their deadline. A ridiculous, producer-driven deadline that nonetheless carried the weight of exposure and ruin. Rex relayed the conversation to Patty and Jerry, his voice tight with suppressed anger. Jerry, nursing a bottle of water and still looking washed out from his dive incident, listened intently, his usual impassivity hardening into grim focus. Patty, after an initial burst of furious cursing directed at Duncan, quickly shifted into pragmatic calculation mode, her eyes narrowed, already assessing angles. Ray, summoned from whatever silent vigil he kept nearby, stood just inside the office door, a block of impassive menace, listening without comment. His presence underscored the fact that this wasn't just Rex's problem anymore. Curtis Jenkins had bought his ticket to this particular disaster, and Ray was there to collect. End of next week, Jerry said flatly, breaking the silence after Rex finished. That don't give us much time. Weather forecast shows a system moving in around Wednesday, Thursday. Rain, wind, maybe thunderstorms. Could give us cover. Patty seized on it. A storm. Perfect. Keeps other boats off the water. Provides noise. Makes things look even more extreme if Duncan gets wind of it later. Rex felt a surge of nausea. Planning a dangerous underwater heist around a potential thunderstorm seemed like piling insanity onto recklessness. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Diving in that kind of weather? Jerry shrugged, a weary gesture. Surface chop makes it harder getting in and out. Underwater visibility might go to hell if the runoff's bad. Lightning's a risk if we're stuck on the surface. Yeah, it's dangerous. He met Rex's eyes. So is letting Duncan show up with live cameras. So is letting your banker foreclose. So is explaining to my cousin why his expensive new gear ain't produced results yet. He gestured vaguely towards Ray. Everything's dangerous now, Rex. Pick your poison. Rex looked away, defeated. Jerry was right. They were past the point of safe choices. Okay, Rex said heavily. The storm. Wednesday or Thursday night, whichever looks worse. That's our window. How do we do it? Both chests at once? Jerry shook his head. Too risky. Too much weight, too much time underwater, too much gear to manage. We go for the biggest one first, the one the drone snagged on. It looked mostly free, just wedged tight. The persuader should pop it loose. We use both big lift bags. Get it up, get it out, secure it. Then, if the weather holds, if the gear's good, if nobody's breathing down our necks. He left the possibility of going back for the third chest hanging in the air. One miracle at a time. The barge, Rex said, remembering his earlier half-formed idea. There's that old construction barge, anchored out near the channel marker. If we could move it closer to the cove, under cover of the storm. Jerry considered it, stroking his chin. Might work. Gives us a stable platform closer to the site. Less distance to haul the chest. Easier to manage the generator, the winch, the lights without drawing attention to your fancy boat. He glanced at Ray. Need muscle to move it though. And winches. Ray spoke for the first time since entering the office, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to vibrate the cheap paneling. Curtis got men. Got winches. He looked at Jerry. You tell him when. It wasn't a question. It was an instruction wrapped in muscle. Curtis Jenkins, it seemed, was now a full partner, whether Rex liked it or not. Rex felt another layer of control peeling away. First Jerry brought in Ray. Now Curtis's whole crew was potentially involved. Keep them away from the site itself, Rex insisted weakly. Just move the barge, then clear out. Ray just stared at him, offering no reassurance. Patty stepped in smoothly, redirecting. Okay, so storm hits Wednesday or Thursday. Curtis's guys moved the barge into position near the cove after dark. Jerry, Ray, you two go down, free the biggest chest using the persuader and the bags. Rex, you manage things topside on the barge, winch, generator, lights. I run interference, monitor radios, keep an eye on the shoreline, maybe create a diversion if needed. She looked around, daring anyone to argue with the assignments. It sounded vaguely plausible, a desperate plan born of necessity. But the air in the small office was thick with unspoken tensions. Rex watched Patty, wondering about her conversation with Wade Jenkins. Had she told them about that? About the family, potentially laying claim to the treasure? She hadn't mentioned it, her focus solely on the logistics of retrieval. Was she planning something on the side? Protecting her own interests? And Jerry? He seemed focused, pragmatic, but there was a new hardness in his eyes since dealing with Curtis, a distance Rex hadn't seen before. Was he already thinking past this retrieval, planning how to handle his cousin's exorbitant cut, how to ensure his own survival? Then there was Ray, the silent enforcer. Whose side was he really on? Curtis's, undoubtedly. But loyalty in that world was as fluid as water. Could Ray be bought? Could he be planning to take everything for himself once the chest was topside? The way he watched them all with those dead, calculating eyes. We need backup communication, Jerry said suddenly, interrupting Rex's spiral of paranoia. Underwater comms are unreliable, short-range. If something goes wrong on the barge or down below, we need a way to signal. He suggested a system of coded light flashes, simple but hopefully effective. They spent another hour hashing out details, fuel for the generator, placement of the low power lights, contingency plans if the storm was worse than expected, if the persuader didn't work, if the chest was heavier than the bags could handle. Each solution seemed to raise more potential problems, highlighting the razor-thin margin for error. Finally, the plan was as concrete as it was likely to get. Wednesday or Thursday night, depending on the weather gods. The barge, the storm, the dive, the lift. Ray would inform Curtis. Jerry would prep the gear. Patty would arrange her sponsor visits to provide an alibi. Rex would try not to have a complete nervous breakdown. As they filed out of the office, stepping back into the oppressive afternoon heat, Rex caught Patty's eye. He saw a flicker of something there. Not just excitement but calculation, maybe even a hint of fear she quickly masked. She gave him a quick, tight smile and turned away, walking towards her car with that confident stride that never quite seemed real. Jerry and Ray walked towards Jerry's truck without exchanging a word. Rex stood alone for a moment, the silence ringing in his ears. The plan was set. The pieces were in motion. But looking at the retreating backs of his supposed partners, he had the distinct, chilling feeling that not everyone intended for the plan to end the same way. The alliances, forged in desperation, felt paper-thin, ready to tear apart at the first snag. The only question was who would betray whom first. Okay, here is Chapter 17, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 22. The cheap whiskey burned a familiar track down Jerry's throat, doing little to dull the persistent ache behind his eyes or the nagging throb in his left shoulder, souvenirs from his little underwater adventure a few nights back. The bends, Rex had called it. Maybe. Or maybe just the price of pushing too hard, too fast, when the stakes got too high. He sat slumped at the rickety table in the cabin's cramped kitchen, the single overhead bulb casting harsh shadows, the air thick with the smell of stale cigarette smoke, patties, and the faint clinging odor of lake-bottom mud he couldn't seem to scrub away. Outside, the crickets sawed away relentlessly, a soundtrack to the frantic calculations clicking through Jerry's brain. He took another swallow of whiskey. This whole operation had gone sideways, faster than a hooked catfish hitting the side of the boat. What started as a potentially easy score, a way to clear his debt with Curtis, and maybe bank a little extra walking around money, had turned into a goddamn three-ring circus of desperation, greed, and encroaching menace. Rex Dial, the Golden Boy developer, was fraying at the edges, jumpy as a frog on a hot skillet. One minute he was paralyzed by caution, spooked by his banker friend's warnings. The next he was demanding reckless action, pushed by Duncan's idiotic treasure hunt deadline. He wanted control, but had no stomach for the dirty work, leaving Jerry to navigate the hazards both underwater and topside. Useful, maybe, as a figurehead and a source of funds when he had them, but unreliable. Expendable. Patty. He swirled the whiskey in the glass, watching the cheap liquor catch the light. Patty was Patty. Always looking out for number one, playing Rex and Jerry off each other like pieces on a chessboard only she could see clearly. He'd overheard part of a hushed phone call she made yesterday, something about making arrangements, her voice low and urgent. Talking to Cousin Wade. Setting up her own exit strategy. Jerry wouldn't put it past her. She'd cut loose anyone, him included, the second it suited her purpose. Trusting Patty was like trusting a water moccasin, not to bite, just because you shared the same swamp. And then there was Curtis. And Ray. Jerry felt the pressure from his cousin, like a physical weight. Curtis wasn't interested in explanations or delays. He wanted his 25% guaranteed, and Ray was the walking, breathing insurance policy. Ray, with his dead eyes and his casual intimacy with violence, who watched everything, said nothing, and made Jerry feel like his own life was just another commodity Curtis had fronted him, recallable on demand. Every piece of gear Curtis provided, the bags, the persuader, the torch rig sitting heavy in its case, felt less like a tool and more like another link in the chain binding Jerry to his cousin's greedy agenda. He poured another finger of whiskey. Squeezed. That's how he felt. Squeezed between Rex's panic, Patty's ambition, Curtis's demands, Ray's silent threat, and the damn Jenkins clan potentially lurking in the shadows ready to reclaim whatever their granddaddy had buried. Patty hadn't explicitly mentioned Wade's warning, but Jerry had seen the change in her, the extra layer of calculation behind her eyes. She knew something. And if the Jenkinses were sniffing around, this wasn't just about salvage anymore. It was about stepping into a blood feud. Loyalty. The word tasted like bilge water. Loyalty got you killed in this business, or left holding the empty bag while everyone else sailed off into the sunset. Jerry had learned that lesson early. Survival was the only currency that mattered. He thought about the plan for the retrieval. The storm, the barge, the dive. It was risky, bordering on suicidal, especially with Ray supposedly acting as backup. What if Ray decided, under Curtis's orders or on his own initiative, that Jerry wasn't needed once the chest was free? An equipment malfunction. A tangled line in the dark, murky water. Accidents happened all the time. Especially when a quarter of a potential fortune was on the line. Or maybe Jerry didn't have to wait for Ray to make a move. He stared out the dirty kitchen window at the black, unseen lake. The plan relied on him. His diving skill, his knowledge of the gear, his ability to operate under pressure. What if he tweaked the plan slightly? A minor adjustment to the lift bag rigging, maybe. Something that would delay the ascent just long enough for him to signal Curtis separately, let his cousin's other crew, the ones Ray surely had on standby, move in and take control of the barge before Rex and Patty even knew what hit them? Cut Rex out entirely. Maybe Patty too, unless she proved useful. Jerry would still owe Curtis, but he'd be alive. And maybe Curtis would be generous with the finder's fee if Jerry delivered the whole prize directly, bypassing the unreliable developer and the scheming girlfriend. It was a treacherous thought. A double cross. But the more he considered it, the cleaner it seemed. Cleaner than waiting for Ray's knife in the dark. Cleaner than trusting Patty not to sell him out. Cleaner than relying on Rex not to crack under the pressure and bring the whole thing crashing down. He finished the whiskey, the burn feeling almost good now, clarifying. He stood up, the cabin suddenly feeling too small, too confining. He needed air. He walked out onto the small, rickety porch, the damp night air cool against his skin. The storm was still a day or two away, but he could almost smell it coming, the ozone tang, the heavy stillness before the break. He looked out towards the lake, towards the hidden cove. 2 chests left down there. Maybe more. Enough to change everything. Enough to get clear of Curtis, clear of this dead-end life. Enough to be worth the risk. Worth the betrayal. He wasn't a bad guy, not really. Just a guy trying to survive, dealt a bad hand in a crooked game. But survival sometimes meant making hard choices. Sometimes it meant cutting the ropes that tied you to sinking ships, even if those ropes were attached to people who thought you were on their side. He went back inside, rinsed out his glass, and started methodically checking his dive gear again, his movements precise, deliberate. He cleaned the valves, checked the seals, coiled the hoses. He thought about the lift bag rigging, the inflation valves, the delicate balance needed to bring hundreds of pounds of dead weight up from the crushing depths. He thought about how easy it would be for something to go wrong, or for something to be made to go wrong, just long enough for the situation topside to change decisively in his favor. A contingency plan. Every good diver had one. His was just starting to look less like a backup, and more like the main objective. Okay, here is Chapter 17, following the outline and instructions. 17. The cheap whiskey burned a familiar track down Jerry's throat, doing little to dull the persistent ache behind his eyes or the nagging throb in his left shoulder, souvenirs from his little underwater adventure a few nights back. The bends, Rex had called it. Maybe. Or maybe just the price of pushing too hard, too fast, when the stakes got too high. He sat slumped at the rickety table in the cabin's cramped kitchen, the single overhead bulb casting harsh shadows, the air thick with the smell of stale cigarette smoke, patties, and the faint clinging odor of lake-bottom mud he couldn't seem to scrub away. Outside, the crickets sawed away relentlessly, a soundtrack to the frantic calculations clicking through Jerry's brain. He took another swallow of whiskey. This whole operation had gone sideways, faster than a hooked catfish hitting the side of the boat. What started as a potentially easy score, a way to clear his debt with Curtis, and maybe bank a little extra walking around money, had turned into a goddamn 3-ring circus of desperation, greed, and encroaching menace. Rex Dial, the Golden Boy developer, was fraying at the edges, jumpy as a frog on a hot skillet. 1 minute he was paralyzed by caution, spooked by his banker friend's warnings. The next he was demanding reckless action, pushed by Duncan's idiotic treasure hunt deadline. He wanted control, but had no stomach for the dirty work, leaving Jerry to navigate the hazards both underwater and topside. Useful, maybe, as a figurehead and a source of funds when he had them, but unreliable. Expendable. Patty. He swirled the whiskey in the glass, watching the cheap liquor catch the light. Patty was Patty. Always looking out for number one, playing Rex and Jerry off each other like pieces on a chessboard only she could see clearly. He'd overheard part of a hushed phone call she made yesterday, something about making arrangements, her voice low and urgent. Talking to Cousin Wade. Setting up her own exit strategy. Jerry wouldn't put it past her. She'd cut loose anyone, him included, the second it suited her purpose. Trusting Patty was like trusting a water moccasin, not to bite, just because you shared the same swamp. And then there was Curtis. And Ray. Jerry felt the pressure from his cousin, like a physical weight. Curtis wasn't interested in explanations or delays. He wanted his 25% guaranteed, and Ray was the walking, breathing insurance policy. Ray, with his dead eyes and his casual intimacy with violence, who watched everything, said nothing, and made Jerry feel like his own life was just another commodity Curtis had fronted him, recallable on demand. Every piece of gear Curtis provided, the bags, the persuader, the torch rig sitting heavy in its case, felt less like a tool and more like another link in the chain binding Jerry to his cousin's greedy agenda. He poured another finger of whiskey. Squeezed. That's how he felt. Squeezed between Rex's panic, Patty's ambition, Curtis's demands, Ray's silent threat, and the damn Jenkins clan potentially lurking in the shadows ready to reclaim whatever their granddaddy had buried. Patty hadn't explicitly mentioned Wade's warning, but Jerry had seen the change in her, the extra layer of calculation behind her eyes. She knew something. And if the Jenkinses were sniffing around, this wasn't just about salvage anymore. It was about stepping into a blood feud. Loyalty. The word tasted like bilge water. Loyalty got you killed in this business, or left holding the empty bag while everyone else sailed off into the sunset. Jerry had learned that lesson early. Survival was the only currency that mattered. He thought about the plan for the retrieval. The storm, the barge, the dive. It was risky, bordering on suicidal, especially with Ray supposedly acting as backup. What if Ray decided, under Curtis's orders or on his own initiative, that Jerry wasn't needed once the chest was free? An equipment malfunction. A tangled line in the dark, murky water. Accidents happened all the time. Especially when a quarter of a potential fortune was on the line. Or maybe Jerry didn't have to wait for Ray to make a move. He stared out the dirty kitchen window at the black, unseen lake. The plan relied on him. His diving skill, his knowledge of the gear, his ability to operate under pressure. What if he tweaked the plan slightly? A minor adjustment to the lift bag rigging, maybe. Something that would delay the ascent just long enough for him to signal Curtis separately, let his cousin's other crew, the ones Ray surely had on standby, move in and take control of the barge before Rex and Patty even knew what hit them? Cut Rex out entirely. Maybe Patty too, unless she proved useful. Jerry would still owe Curtis, but he'd be alive. And maybe Curtis would be generous with the finder's fee if Jerry delivered the whole prize directly, bypassing the unreliable developer and the scheming girlfriend. It was a treacherous thought. A double cross. But the more he considered it, the cleaner it seemed. Cleaner than waiting for Ray's knife in the dark. Cleaner than trusting Patty not to sell him out. Cleaner than relying on Rex not to crack under the pressure and bring the whole thing crashing down. He finished the whiskey, the burn feeling almost good now, clarifying. He stood up, the cabin suddenly feeling too small, too confining. He needed air. He walked out onto the small, rickety porch, the damp night air cool against his skin. The storm was still a day or two away, but he could almost smell it coming, the ozone tang, the heavy stillness before the break. He looked out towards the lake, towards the hidden cove. 2 chests left down there. Maybe more. Enough to change everything. Enough to get clear of Curtis, clear of this dead-end life. Enough to be worth the risk. Worth the betrayal. He wasn't a bad guy, not really. Just a guy trying to survive, dealt a bad hand in a crooked game. But survival sometimes meant making hard choices. Sometimes it meant cutting the ropes that tied you to sinking ships, even if those ropes were attached to people who thought you were on their side. He went back inside, rinsed out his glass, and started methodically checking his dive gear again, his movements precise, deliberate. He cleaned the valves, checked the seals, coiled the hoses. He thought about the lift bag rigging, the inflation valves, the delicate balance needed to bring hundreds of pounds of dead weight up from the crushing depths. He thought about how easy it would be for something to go wrong, or for something to be made to go wrong, just long enough for the situation topside to change decisively in his favor. A contingency plan. Every good diver had one. His was just starting to look less like a backup and more like the main objective. Okay, here is Chapter 18, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 23. The next 48 hours blurred into a frantic scramble against the looming clock of the weather forecast and Dick Duncan's insane livestream deadline. The promised storm system was crawling across Oklahoma, still uncertain, but the meteorologists spoke of unstable air, potential for severe thunderstorms, heavy rain, perfect cover or perfect disaster, depending on your luck and your nerve. Rex felt like he was trying to assemble a complex machine in the dark, using faulty parts and untrustworthy partners, all while someone kept shortening the fuse on the dynamite sitting underneath the workbench. The gear arrived under cover of darkness, not delivered by Curtis himself, he was too smart for that, but by two sullen, wiry men in an unmarked panel van who looked like they'd be more comfortable stripping cars than delivering salvage equipment. They met Jerry and Ray at the deserted boat ramp where Curtis had dictated the drop, transferring heavy waterproof cases and canvas bags without a word, their movements efficient and devoid of curiosity. Payments, Jerry knew, had already been handled, deducted from Jerry's future share, guaranteed by Ray's continued presence. Getting the equipment back to Dial Isle without attracting attention was the next hurdle. Rex vehemently refused to store Curtis Jenkins's hot merchandise anywhere near the development site or the model unit, terrified of Pendergast making a surprise return or some building inspector stumbling across it. Patty surprisingly backed him up, perhaps not wanting Curtis's shadow falling too close to her potential escape route either. That left Jerry's already cramped cabin as the unwilling depot. They loaded the heavy cases into the back of Jerry's beat-up Ranger under Ray's watchful eye. The hydraulic persuader tool, heavy and greasy, felt potent, dangerous. The coiled hoses and polished nozzles of the underwater torch rig looked sleek, deadly, disturbingly professional. The folded bulk of the large lift bags took up most of the truck bed. It was far too much gear for a simple dive master to possess, far too specialized. Anyone seeing it would know this wasn't about recreational diving. Driving back to the cabin, Jerry practiced casual indifference, keeping to the speed limit, avoiding sudden moves, acutely aware of Ray sitting silently beside him, radiating disapproval, and the illicit cargo rumbling in the truck bed behind them. He felt exposed, vulnerable, every passing headlight a potential threat. They reached the cabin just before dawn, the air still and heavy, holding the promise of the coming storm. The plan was to stash the gear quickly in the shed out back, under tarps, behind the stacks of old tires and discarded boat parts Jerry kept meaning to haul away. But as they pulled into the narrow dirt drive, Jerry saw a light flick on in the window of the neighboring cabin, Old Man Hemphill's place. Hemphill, a retired mechanic with insomnia and an unhealthy interest in his neighbor's comings and goings, sometimes sat on his porch at odd hours, sipping coffee and watching the world go by. "Damn it," Jerry muttered, killing his headlights but leaving the engine running. "Hemphill's up." Ray glanced towards the neighbor's cabin, his expression unchanging, but his hand drifted almost imperceptibly towards the inside of his denim jacket. "Just act normal," Jerry said quickly. "We're just unloading dive gear." He backed the truck up towards the dilapidated shed, trying to keep the bulk of the cargo shielded from Hemphill's line of sight. They worked quickly in the pre-dawn gloom, manhandling the heavy cases out of the truck bed. The hydraulic pack slipped from Jerry's grasp, thudding heavily onto the damp ground. From the neighboring porch, hidden in shadow, came a distinct cough. Hemphill was watching. Ray froze, turning his head slowly towards the sound, his silhouette rigid against the lightening sky. Jerry felt a prickle of cold sweat, despite the humidity. He quickly hefted the hydraulic pack again, motioning for Ray to grab the torch case. "Almost done," he said, pitching his voice just loud enough to carry, hoping it sounded casual. "Just sorting some gear before the storm hits." They got everything inside the shed, throwing tarps over the suspicious shapes. As Jerry was closing the shed's creaking door, Hemphill's porch light flicked off. Had he seen enough? Would he mention it to someone? The nosy old coot was harmless mostly, but gossip traveled fast in these parts. Another loose thread, another potential snag. Later that day, the pressure ratcheted up again. Rex was at Dial Isle, trying to coordinate the delivery of a load of lumber, more stage dressing for potential banker visits, when a county code enforcement truck pulled into the lot. It wasn't Pendergast, just a young, bored-looking official named Miller doing routine site checks. But routine felt like a loaded word these days. Miller ambled around, clipboard in hand, pointing out minor infractions: a pile of scrap wood that needed clearing, inadequate erosion control near the excavation site, a missing sign about hard hats. Rex agreed readily to everything, promising immediate compliance, wanting only for the man to finish his checklist and leave. Then Miller paused near the dock. "Someone reported unauthorized mooring out here the other night," he said casually, glancing out at the water. "Said they saw a work barge tied up over near the point for a couple hours after midnight. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Mr. Dial? Need permits for temporary mooring structures like that." Rex's mouth went dry. The barge. Curtis's men must have moved it into preliminary position, maybe scouting the location. Someone had seen them. A barge? Rex feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "No. Nothing to do with us. Must have been dredging contractors, maybe." Miller made a note on his clipboard. "Maybe." He didn't sound convinced. He finished his inspection without further incident, issued a couple of minor citations Rex could easily fix, and drove off. But the warning lingered. People were watching. Their activities, even the preparatory ones, weren't going unnoticed. Curtis's involvement, meant to provide discreet resources, was instead drawing exactly the kind of low-level official attention they couldn't afford. Rex found Patty in the office, relaying the news about the barge sighting and Miller's visit. She listened, her face pale beneath her tan. "We're running out of time, Rex," she said quietly, the usual calculation in her eyes replaced by something closer to genuine fear. "This storm, it has to be tonight or tomorrow. We have to go. Now. Before someone else connects the dots." Rex looked out at the sky. The clouds were gathering, thickening, turning the color of bruised plums on the western horizon. A low rumble of thunder echoed faintly in the distance. The storm was coming. The gear was staged, albeit precariously. The plan, flawed and desperate as it was their only option. Tonight. Or maybe tomorrow night. The final gamble. He could almost feel the weight of the dice in his hand, heavy and cold. Okay, here is Chapter 19, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 24. The storm didn't creep in, it slammed the door. One moment the air was thick, still and expectant, the sky a bruised purple-gray. The next, the wind hit like a physical blow, whipping across the lake, tearing leaves from the trees along the shore, churning the flat water into an angry chop. Rain followed, not gentle drops but hard, driving sheets that hammered against the roof of Jerry's cabin and turned the dirt track outside into instant slick mud. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and close, rattling the cheap window panes. Lightning bleached the landscape white for searing instants, followed by a darkness that felt deeper, more absolute. Perfect cover. Or a perfect shroud. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was just as electric, charged with nervous energy and unspoken fear. Jerry moved with tight, controlled motions, double-checking the seals on the hydraulic persuader's power pack, securing the torch rig in its case. His earlier contemplation of betrayal seemed shelved for the moment, replaced by the pragmatic focus of a man facing immediate, tangible danger. Survival first. Sorting out the shares could come later, assuming there was a later. Patty paced the small living room like a caged panther, her usual cool composure frayed by the violence of the storm outside and the impending risk. She chain-smoked cigarettes, lighting one off the ember of the last, her eyes darting towards the window every time lightning flashed. She changed into dark, practical clothing, jeans, a dark rain slicker, but the diamond studs in her ears still caught the light, a tiny, incongruous spark of avarice in the midst of the grim preparations. Rex felt numb, detached, watching the scene as if through muddy water. He'd driven over from Dial Isle an hour earlier, fighting the wind and rain, his mind a maelstrom of second thoughts and raw panic. This was madness. Going out on the lake in this, trusting his fate to a brooding dive master, a calculating woman, a silent psychopath, and equipment sourced from a meth dealer, all to retrieve potentially mythical chests that might contain nothing but trouble. Yet here he was. Because the alternative, facing Eubank's ruin, the quiet shame of failure, seemed worse. Or perhaps just slower. A heavy banging on the cabin door cut through the howl of the wind. All three froze. Jerry reached instinctively for the heavy wrench lying on the workbench. Patty dropped her cigarette, crushing it underfoot. Rex just stared at the door. It banged again, harder. "Yo. Jerry. Curtis sent us," a rough voice bellowed over the storm's roar. Jerry exchanged a look with Rex, then cautiously opened the door. Two men stood hunched on the small porch, rain streaming off their cheap plastic ponchos, their faces barely visible in the gloom. They were strangers, rough-looking, radiating the same kind of weary menace as the pair who had delivered the gear. Curtis's extra manpower. "About time," Jerry grunted, stepping aside to let them in. They dripped rainwater onto the already damp floor, bringing the smell of wet earth and cheap beer with them. They nodded curtly at Ray, who had materialized silently from the back room, acknowledging their shared allegiance to Curtis. They barely glanced at Rex and Patty, dismissing them as irrelevant scenery. "Curtis says the barge is moved," the taller one said, wiping rain from his face. He had a jagged scar running through one eyebrow. "Anchored off the north end of that cove you wanted. Took some doing in this wind. Ready when you are." "We're ready," Jerry said. He picked up the torch rig case. "Give me a hand with this." Loading the gear into Jerry's truck this time felt different. The urgency was palpable, fueled by the storm's fury and the presence of Curtis's unwelcome reinforcements. The two newcomers worked efficiently, loading the heavy lift bags, the persuader, the generator, their movements economical, practiced. They clearly weren't salvage experts, but they knew how to handle heavy, potentially illicit cargo without asking questions. They drove in tandem. Jerry's Ranger followed closely by the panel van the newcomers had arrived in, headlights cutting twin beams through the torrential rain. The short drive to the Dial Isle dock felt treacherous, the wind buffeting the vehicles, branches occasionally scraping against the roofs. Rex could barely see the road. At the dock, the Scarab strained against its mooring lines, rising and falling on the churning waves that slammed against the pilings. Transferring the gear from the truck to the boat, in the driving rain and wind, was a chaotic, dangerous ballet. Cases slipped on wet fiberglass, ropes tangled, curses were swallowed by the wind. Ray and Curtis's two men moved with a brute force efficiency, ignoring the conditions, focused solely on the task. Rex and Patty huddled under the Scarab's small cockpit cover, mostly useless, trying to stay out of the way. Jerry directed the loading, his voice tight, occasionally barking instructions that were barely audible over the storm. Finally, everything was aboard, lashed down as securely as possible. The generator, shielded by its baffle and a tarp. The lift bags, the persuader, the torch rig. Jerry's dive gear. An extra air tank. First aid kit. "All right," Jerry yelled over the wind, pulling on his wetsuit hood. "Let's go. Rex, you know the way to the barge coordinates?" Rex nodded grimly, taking the helm. He could barely make out the channel markers in the driving rain, relying mostly on the GPS display and his memory of the lake's contours. Jerry turned to Curtis's men. "You two stay with the boat. Keep the engine running, ready to move if needed. Radio silence, unless it's life or death." "Got it." The man with the scarred eyebrow just spat into the wind and nodded. His partner gave a grunt. Their presence felt less like support, more like an occupation force. Patty huddled on the passenger seat, pale and silent. Ray stood near the stern, unfazed by the rolling deck, a dark statue against the chaos of the storm. Jerry finished his final gear check, his face illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning, looking grim, determined, perhaps resigned. Rex engaged the Scarab's main engines this time, needing their power to fight the wind and waves. The deep rumble felt reassuringly solid beneath his feet, but also terrifyingly loud, advertising their presence to anyone foolish enough to be out on the lake or watching from the shore. He steered the boat out of the relative shelter of the dock area and into the main channel, heading towards the cove, towards the waiting barge, towards the submerged chests. The Scarab slammed into the waves, spray flying over the bow, rain lashing down. Lightning split the sky again, revealing the churning black water, the wind-whipped trees along the shore, the sheer violence of the elements they were deliberately sailing into. Rex gripped the wheel, knuckles white, peering into the storm-lashed darkness. He had the insane feeling they weren't just heading towards a potential fortune, but into the teeth of something much older, much angrier, that had been waiting for them all along in the dark water. Okay, here is Chapter 20, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 25. Finding the barge in the storm-lashed darkness was like searching for a black cat in a coal cellar during a power outage. Rex wrestled with the Scarab's wheel, fighting the wind and the waves that threatened to broach them broadside, his eyes straining against the driving rain that turned the GPS screen into a smeary, unreliable guide. Lightning flashes provided momentary blinding illumination, revealing glimpses of churning water, wind-whipped trees on the unseen shore, and finally, blessedly, the low, dark silhouette of the construction barge, anchored precariously just outside the mouth of the cove, bucking and groaning like a dying beast. Getting alongside it was a minor miracle of seamanship Rex didn't know he possessed. Getting Jerry, Ray, and the essential gear, the persuader, the torch rig, the lift bags, transferred from the pitching deck of the Scarab onto the equally unstable, rain-slicked deck of the barge felt like tempting fate with brass knuckles. Curtis's two goons, Scarface and his silent partner, handled the lines with rough competence, their faces grim in the dim swinging glow of the single battery-powered work light they'd managed to rig near the center of the barge. Once aboard the barge, the relative stability felt like solid ground, though the rusted metal deck vibrated with the impact of the waves slapping against its flat sides. The generator, shielded by its baffle and lashed near the center, provided a low, throbbing hum beneath the shriek of the wind, powering the work light and the winch Rex would need. Jerry, already half into his dive gear, immediately started prepping the lift bags and the hydraulic persuader, his movements economical despite the chaos of the storm. Ray stood nearby, a menacing shadow, ostensibly guarding the equipment but mostly just watching Jerry's every move, his presence a constant, unnerving pressure. Patty huddled near the generator, trying to stay out of the driving rain, her face pale, eyes wide as she scanned the surrounding darkness. Rex checked the heavy-duty winch bolted to the barge deck, making sure the cable fed smoothly, his hands clumsy with cold and adrenaline. The two goons Curtis had sent remained aboard the Scarab, keeping its engines idling, ready to act as a getaway boat or provide backup, though whose backup Rex wasn't entirely sure. "All right," Jerry yelled over a clap of thunder, pulling his mask down. Ray, you're with me. We go down, assess, pop the chest loose with the persuader if needed. Signal topside for the lift bag inflation. Keep the deck clear for the lift." He gave Rex a hard look. "Watch the lines. No screw-ups." He didn't wait for acknowledgement, just stepped towards the edge of the barge where a crude dive ladder had been lashed. Ray followed, moving with a surprising agility for his bulk. They disappeared over the side into the black, churning water. Rex moved to the edge, peering down, but could see nothing beyond the rain-pocked surface reflecting the single work light. He took control of the guidelines and the inflation hoses, feeling the familiar tension as the divers descended. Patty joined him, clutching a handheld radio, switching between channels, listening for any hint of patrol boats or other traffic. Nothing but static and the roar of the storm. Minutes passed. The wind howled. Rain hammered the barge deck. Rex paid out line, felt the faint signals from below, as Jerry presumably located the target, positioned the gear. The waiting was intolerable, every nerve stretched taut. He kept glancing towards the dark mouth of the cove, towards the shore, half expecting to see headlights, torches, the accusing beam of a spotlight. He almost missed it at first. A flicker of light, far out, towards the main channel. Not lightning. Too steady. Low on the water. He strained his eyes, wiping rain from his face. Another boat. Out here. In this. Unlikely. Unless. Patty, he said, his voice tight. See that? Out past the point. She squinted into the darkness, shielding her eyes against the rain. Where? I don't see anything. Another flash of lightning briefly illuminated the scene, and this time Rex saw it clearly. A low-slung boat, bigger than a standard fishing rig, maybe a cabin cruiser, running without navigation lights, holding position just outside the worst of the chop near the channel marker. Watching. Waiting. Before he could process the implications, another light appeared, this one closer, inside the cove itself, near the shoreline opposite Dial Isle. A small John boat, hugging the bank, using the storm and the darkness as cover. Rex could just make out two figures huddled in it, one fiddling with something near the bow. Binoculars? Who the hell is that? Patty breathed, grabbing Rex's arm. The John boat wasn't Curtis's crew. They were out on the Scarab. It wasn't law enforcement, they'd have lights, make noise. That left. Jenkins. It had to be. Wade Jenkins and his kin, drawn by Patty's presence, by the whispers, maybe by some sixth sense about their ancestral secrets being disturbed. They were here. Close. And the boat, out by the channel. Rex thought about Billy Ray's warnings, about Eubanks's relentless pressure. Could Eubanks have hired someone? Private security? Someone to keep tabs on Rex's increasingly erratic behavior? Someone who might have followed them out here tonight? Maybe even Pendergast, the fussy appraiser, playing detective. It seemed improbable, but in the paranoid landscape Rex now inhabited, anything felt possible. Suddenly, the guideline in his hand jerked sharply, Jerry's signal. Ready for lift bag inflation. Rex automatically reached for the valve, his training kicking in despite the chaos topside. But his eyes were darting between the John boat, lurking near the shore, and the unidentified watcher out on the main channel. They weren't alone. Far from it. The storm hadn't provided perfect cover, it had provided a conveniently chaotic stage. And as Jerry and Ray worked obliviously in the crushing darkness below, preparing to bring up the prize, the audience was gathering. Converging forces, drawn by greed, by history, by suspicion. Rex had the sickening realization that the heist itself might be the least of their problems. Getting the chest topside was only the beginning. Surviving the aftermath, with multiple players now converging on this storm-tossed barge in the middle of nowhere, seemed like an impossibility. The air crackled, not just with lightning, but with the imminent promise of collision and violence. Okay, here is Chapter 21, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 26. Rex hit the valve, feeding compressed air down the stiff hose into the black water. He could feel the faint vibration through the barge deck, as the lift bags below began to swell, fighting the immense pressure of the depths. His eyes, however, weren't on the hoses or the guidelines. They were locked on the faint lights flickering through the driving rain, the John boat hugging the far shore, the unidentified cruiser lurking out near the channel. Converging forces. The phrase echoed Billy Ray's warning. He smells blood in the water. Now the sharks were circling. Patty gripped his arm, her fingernails digging in. They're getting closer, Rex. Both of them. The one near the shore looks like they're launching something. A smaller boat. Rex squinted. It was impossible to tell for sure through the deluge, but she might be right. Were the Jenkinses trying to land someone on the point? Cut off their escape route? His heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Topside, they were exposed, vulnerable, caught between the storm and approaching threats. Their only hope lay below, with Jerry and Ray getting that chest up fast. Down in the crushing darkness, 30 feet below the storm-tossed barge, the world had shrunk to the narrow beam of Jerry's dive light and the immediate brutal task at hand. The big chest, half dislodged by the hydraulic persuader Ray had expertly wielded against the retaining rock ledge, resisted the buoyant urge of the inflating lift bags. It shifted, groaned, but remained stubbornly fouled on something unseen beneath the silt. Visibility was near zero. The storm surge, even at this depth, created swirling currents that kicked up clouds of mud and debris, reducing the dive light's beam to a feeble glow swallowed by the particulate fog. Jerry fought against the current, trying to get a better angle, searching for the snag. Ray hovered nearby, a bulky, menacing shape in the gloom, his presence more hindrance than help in the tight space under the ledge. Jerry couldn't shake the feeling the man was watching him more closely than he was watching the chest. He found the problem. A thick, rusty chain, probably from an old mooring block or trot line, looped around one corner of the chest and snagged fast on a jagged outcrop of rock deeper in the crevice. They needed the torch. Jerry signaled to Ray, pointing at the chain, then making the cutting motion he'd briefed him on earlier. Ray nodded, his eyes invisible behind his mask, and started back towards the guideline leading up to the barge, presumably to retrieve the cutting rig. Jerry turned his attention back to the chest, probing around it with his light, assessing its size, its weight. This one felt heavier, denser than the first. He wedged his crowbar under the free end, trying to gain some leverage, hoping to work it loose while waiting for Ray. The chest shifted slightly, releasing a fresh cloud of silt that momentarily blinded him. When his vision cleared, Ray was back, but he wasn't carrying the torch rig. He was carrying the short, heavy hammer they'd used to open the first chest. And he wasn't approaching the snagged chain. He was drifting slowly, deliberately towards Jerry. A cold dread, colder than the lake water, seeped into Jerry's bones. Ray wasn't backup. He was the cleanup crew. Curtis's orders? Or Ray freelancing? Didn't matter. The intent was clear in the way he held the hammer, balanced easily in one massive fist, his movements unnervingly calm in the swirling chaos. Jerry instinctively backpedaled, holding his dive light defensively, trying to keep the other man illuminated. He glanced towards the guideline, towards escape, but Ray shifted, blocking the path. No escape. No help coming. Topside, Rex and Patty were dealing with their own problems, oblivious to the silent, deadly drama unfolding below. Ray lunged, surprisingly fast for his size, swinging the hammer in a short, vicious arc aimed at Jerry's head. Jerry twisted away, the hammer blow glancing off his air tank with a dull clang he felt through his whole body. He kicked out hard, catching Ray in the chest, sending him tumbling back momentarily in the dense water. This was it. No more hesitation. No more contingency plans. Just survival. Jerry jettisoned his weight belt, needing the buoyancy, the freedom of movement. He still had the crowbar. Not much of a weapon against Ray's brute strength and the hammer, but better than nothing. He braced himself against the rock ledge, as Ray came at him again. The fight was a clumsy, brutal ballet in the murky darkness. Visibility dropped to inches as their thrashing limbs stirred the silt into an impenetrable cloud. Jerry relied on instinct, dodging, parrying the hammer blows with the crowbar, using his knowledge of the underwater environment, the currents, the jagged rocks, to his advantage. Ray was stronger, relentless, but less agile in the water. Jerry felt a searing pain as the hammer connected with his forearm, numbing his fingers, nearly making him drop the crowbar. He rammed his dive light into Ray Ray's mask, hoping to disorient him, kicked off the rock face again, putting distance between them. He needed to end this. Now. He saw his chance. Ray Ray, momentarily blinded, paused, shaking his head. The snagged chain leading from the chest was taut, vibrating slightly with the pull from the lift bags above. Jerry surged forward, not towards Ray Ray, but towards the chain. He looped his arm through it, racing himself, then swung the pointed end of the crowbar like a pickaxe, aiming for the air hose snaking from Ray Ray's tank to his regulator. A desperate move. If he missed, Ray Ray would pulverize him. The crowbar struck true. A sudden gout of bubbles erupted from the severed hose. Ray Ray flinched, his hands instinctively going to the escaping air, his eyes wide with panic behind his mask. He'd lost his air supply. In the crushing darkness, 30 feet down. Jerry didn't wait. He shoved past the floundering Ray Ray, grabbed the guideline, and started pulling himself upwards, kicking frantically. He didn't look back. Topside, Rex felt the guideline jerk violently, then go slack, then pull taut again with an urgent ascending rhythm. He's coming up. Rex yelled to Patty. Something's wrong. Simultaneously, the lift bags, perhaps freed by the underwater struggle or the shifting currents, finally broke the chest completely loose from the snag. It surged upwards, uncontrolled, broaching the surface beside the barge with a heavy splash, listing drunkenly, held aloft by the two large bags. Almost immediately, headlights pinned the barge. The boat from the main channel was closer now, engine rumbling, close enough for Rex to see the hard gleam of metal in the hands of the figures standing on its deck. Guns. From the shore, the John boat was also moving, angling towards the barge, its occupants revealed in a lightning flash. Wade Jenkins and two others, also armed, their faces grim masks of determination. Jerry broke the surface near the barge ladder, gasping for air, his arm bleeding freely into the water. He looked wildly from the approaching boats to the barge, his eyes finding Rex's. Ray Ray, he choked out. Tried to. He didn't finish. A spotlight flared from the cruiser, blinding them. A voice, amplified by a bullhorn, cut through the storm's roar. Stay where you are. This is Garland County Sheriff's Department. Rex stared, stunned. Sheriff. Not Eubanks's men? Not Jenkins? Before he could react, another sound ripped through the night, sharp, distinct, terrifyingly final. A gunshot, fired from the John boat near the shore, aimed not at the barge, but at the cruiser. The chaos had begun. Underwater betrayal, converging enemies, and now, gunfire echoing across the storm-tossed water. The scramble for the treasure was officially on. Okay, here is Chapter 22, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 27. The gunshot from the Jenkins John boat cracked whip-sharp against the roar of the storm, instantly silencing the bullhorn mid-syllable. For a heartbeat, everything hung suspended. The blinding spotlight from the sheriff's cruiser, the hammering rain, the heaving barge, the dark figures on the converging boats, frozen in a tableau of imminent violence. Then chaos erupted. Muzzle flashes stabbed orange through the rain-streaked darkness from the sheriff's boat. Return fire, disciplined, aimed low towards the John boat. Almost simultaneously, deeper, heavier reports sounded from the Scarab idling nearby. Curtis's two goons weren't waiting for instructions. They were joining the party, though Rex couldn't tell in the confusion if they were aiming at the sheriff, the Jenkins boat, or both. Protecting Curtis's investment, probably, by eliminating any competition or authority that got too close. Bullets whined past the barge, smacking into the water with angry hisses or ricocheting off the rusted metal deck with terrifying velocity. Rex threw himself flat behind the generator, dragging Patty down with him. The generator housing, thick steel, offered the only substantial cover on the exposed barge deck. Jerry, still dazed and bleeding from his underwater fight with Ray Ray, scrambled crab-like behind a stack of coiled ropes nearby. Get down. Rex yelled uselessly, the words swallowed by the storm and the gunfire. The Jenkins boat answered the fusillade with more sporadic shots, wilder, less aimed, the sharp crack of a rifle mixed with the heavier boom of what sounded like a shotgun. They knew this water, knew the darkness, but they were outgunned by the sheriff's firepower and Curtis's hired muscle. The barge, caught in the crossfire, became a death trap. Rex could hear rounds thudding into the metal sides, zinging off the winch housing. He pressed himself against the vibrating generator, smelling hot oil and ozone, feeling the impacts resonate through the steel. Patty whimpered beside him, her face buried against his arm, her body trembling uncontrollably. This wasn't part of her plan. Gunfights, sheriffs, potential murder charges, these weren't elements conducive to a quiet escape with a bag full of cash. Where was Ray? Rex risked a glance over the generator. No sign of the big man. Had he even surfaced after Jerry cut his air hose? Or was he down there still, claimed by the crushing dark? One less threat, maybe, but it did little to ease the immediate terror of the bullets flying overhead. The second treasure chest, the one they'd risked everything for, lay exposed on the deck near the winch, held precariously by the still inflated lift bags, looking absurdly mundane amidst the lethal exchange. The prize, everyone was now apparently willing to kill for. A shotgun blast roared from the Jenkins boat, closer this time. Pellets rattled across the barge deck like angry hornets. Rex flinched as something stung his cheek. A stray pellet, or maybe just a piece of flying debris kicked up by the impact. He tasted blood, warm and coppery. He looked towards Jerry, huddled behind the ropes. The diver was trying to tie a makeshift tourniquet around his bleeding arm with a piece of rag, his face pale and strained, eyes wide with pain and shock. He looked utterly helpless. The shooting from the Scarab intensified. Curtis's men were laying down heavy covering fire, seemingly trying to suppress both the sheriff's cruiser and the Jenkins John boat. Maybe Jerry had signaled them somehow. Or maybe they just followed Curtis's standing orders. Protect the asset at all costs. Suddenly, the spotlight from the sheriff's boat wavered, then died, plunging the scene into near-total darkness, lit only by the frantic strobing of lightning and the intermittent flashes of gunfire. A lucky shot? Or had the Jenkinses targeted the light deliberately? In the confusing darkness, the shooting became more sporadic, less aimed. Shouts carried faintly across the water, swallowed by the wind. Rex realized, with a fresh jolt of panic, that the advantage had shifted. The sheriff's boat, blinded, might be more cautious. But the Jenkinses, operating on home turf, guided by local knowledge and fueled by generations of resentment, would be emboldened. He needed to do something. Hiding behind the generator wouldn't save them if the Jenkinses decided to board the barge. He looked around, frantically. Weapons. Jerry's crowbar lay near the winch where Ray had dropped it. A heavy wrench lay near Jerry's dive gear. Nothing else. Except the flare gun. Part of the Scarab's mandatory safety kit, which Jerry had insisted on bringing aboard the barge. Minimal, pathetic, but better than nothing. He crawled low across the wet, slippery deck towards the waterproof safety kit stashed near the bow. Gunfire erupted again, closer this time, smacking into the barge railing just inches from his head. He froze, pressing himself flat, heart pounding, the smell of rain and cordite sharp in his nostrils. He risked another look. The Jenkins John boat was maneuvering, using the darkness, trying to get alongside the barge on the shoreward side, away from the Scarab's covering fire. He had to get the flare gun. Now. He scrambled the last few feet, ripped open the kit, his fingers fumbling with the latch. He found the squat orange plastic gun and a couple of cartridges, one red aerial flare, one white handheld illuminator. Not exactly stopping power, but maybe enough to distract, disorient, buy them a few precious seconds. As he crawled back towards the generator, cradling the flare gun, he saw movement near the edge of the barge where the John boat was approaching. Wade Jenkins, lean and feral in the intermittent lightning flashes, was preparing to leap aboard, a long-barreled shotgun held at the ready. There was no time to think, no time for the civilized reflexes of Rex-style developer. Only the raw survival instinct remained. Rex raised the flare gun, jammed a red cartridge into the breech, aimed vaguely towards the figure preparing to board, and pulled the trigger. The gun bucked in his hand with a loud thump. The red flare shot out with surprising force, not skyward but almost horizontally, streaking towards the John boat. It didn't hit Wade, but slammed into the side of the small boat near the bow, showering sparks, the brilliant red magnesium flare igniting with blinding intensity right in the faces of the men aboard. There were yells of pain and surprise from the John boat, the shotgun blast that had been imminent now firing wildly into the air as Wade recoiled from the flare's sudden glare. The John boat veered sharply away from the barge, momentarily blinded and disorganized. Rex stared, stunned at what he'd done. He hadn't killed anyone, hadn't even directly hit anyone, but he had fired a weapon. He had participated. He felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration, quickly followed by a wave of sickening dread. He looked down at the flare gun still hot in his hand. This was his life now. Gunfire, violence, desperate acts under a stormy sky. The condos, the deals, the life he thought he was building. It all felt like a distant, naive dream. The reality was here, now, on this rocking barge, surrounded by enemies, with blood on his cheek, and the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air. And the fight, he suspected, was far from over. Okay, here is Chapter 23, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 28. The flare's blinding magnesium glare died as quickly as it had erupted, plunging the barge back into a confusing hell of rain, wind, and intermittent gunfire. Rex's desperate shot had bought them maybe 10 seconds, momentarily scattering the Jenkins boat's attempt to board, but it hadn't ended the fight. Far from it. The sheriff's cruiser, its spotlight extinguished, seemed to have pulled back slightly, perhaps assessing the situation or calling for backup, its engine noise a low growl beneath the storm. But the Jenkins John boat, after veering away erratically, was already regrouping, dark figures moving within it, shouts carrying faintly over the wind. And the Scarab, with Curtis's 2 goons aboard, continued to lay down sporadic covering fire, though Rex still couldn't tell whose side they were truly on other than their own. He scrambled back behind the generator, reloading the flare gun, this time with the white illumination round. Maybe light would help. Or maybe it would just make them better targets. His hands shook, the cheap plastic weapon feeling flimsy and inadequate against the lethal hardware arrayed against them. He risked a look towards Jerry. The diver had managed to drag himself further under the meager cover of the coiled ropes, breathing raggedly, his makeshift tourniquet already soaked dark with rain and blood. His eyes were open, glazed with pain, tracking the muzzle flashes stuttering across the water. He looked done for, useless in a fight, maybe unable to even get himself off the barge if things went completely south. Then Rex saw Patty. She wasn't huddled beside him anymore. In the brief, chaotic moment after the flare, she had moved. She was crawling, low and fast, across the slick barge deck towards the stern, towards the heavy mud-caked chest rested from the depths, still tethered by the lift bag ropes near the winch. Her objective was clear. While everyone else was focused on the firefight, Patty Hopkins was focused on the prize. "Patty, what are you doing?" Rex yelled, but his voice was lost in a fresh fusillade from the Scarab and an answering blast from the Jenkins shotgun. She didn't look back. Reaching the chest, she fumbled with the wet ropes securing it to the deck cleat Rex had hastily used. Her plan, insane as it seemed, must be to cut it loose, let the lift bags carry it away on the current, maybe hoping to retrieve it later herself when the coast was clear. Or perhaps she thought she could somehow tow it with the Scarab. Suddenly, one of Curtis's men on the Scarab, Scarface, yelled something unintelligible over the wind, then opened fire not towards the Jenkins boat or the sheriff, but directly at the barge, bullets smacking into the deck near where Patty crouched. "Leave it!" Scarface bellowed, the words clearer this time as the wind momentarily shifted. "That's Curtis's property." Patty recoiled from the chest, flattening herself against the deck as rounds stitched the air above her head. So much for cutting a deal with Curtis's crew. They weren't protecting her, they were protecting the loot from her. And from Rex and Jerry. They were all expendable now that the treasure was topside. Just then, the Jenkins boat surged forward again, taking advantage of the Scarab crew's divided attention. It slammed hard against the side of the barge, the impact nearly throwing Rex off his feet. Wade Jenkins, recovering from the flare, vaulted over the low railing, shotgun held ready, followed closely by one of his companions, a burly man brandishing a rusty tire iron. They landed on the deck, crouched low, eyes sweeping the chaotic scene. Wade spotted Patty first, scrambling away from the chest near the stern. He raised the shotgun. Rex reacted without thinking. He aimed the flare gun again and fired the white illumination round. It shot upwards this time, bursting 100 feet above the barge, casting a harsh, pitiless white glare over the entire scene, brighter than any lightning flash. For a second, everyone froze, caught in the stark chemical light. Rex saw it all. Wade Jenkins momentarily blinded, lowering the shotgun, his companion hesitating with the tire iron, Patty scrambling desperately towards the barge's cabin structure, Jerry trying to push himself up, reaching for the heavy wrench near his gear, Curtis's men on the Scarab shielding their eyes, the sheriff's cruiser beginning to move forward again, drawn by the flare. And Patty saw her chance. While Wade and his man were disoriented by the flare, she didn't head for the relative safety of the cabin. Instead, she veered sharply towards the edge of the barge furthest from the Jenkins boat, where the dark water churned violently. Before Rex could even register her intent, she took a running dive, hitting the water in a surprisingly clean arc, and disappeared into the storm-tossed lake. Escape. Just like that. Leaving Rex, leaving the injured Jerry, leaving the treasure chest behind. Saving herself. It was ruthless, pragmatic, and entirely Patty. Rex felt a bitter pang of something. Betrayal maybe, or just weary resignation. The flare sputtered out, plunging them back into confusing darkness, broken only by the Scarab's deck lights and the approaching beams of the sheriff's cruiser. The momentary truce was over. Wade Jenkins, recovering quickly, let out a furious yell and charged towards the treasure chest, ignoring Rex for the moment. His companion, the one with the tire iron, lumbered towards Jerry, seeing the easier target. Rex knew he couldn't fight them both. He looked at the chest, then at Jerry, then towards the sheriff's boat, now getting dangerously close. Curtis's men on the Scarab were yelling something, maybe preparing to make their own move for the chest now that Patty was gone. Choices narrowed down to bad and worse. He saw Jerry, despite the pain, manage to grab the heavy wrench. The man with the tire iron closed in. There was going to be sickening, intimate violence any second now. Rex made his choice. He couldn't save the treasure, couldn't fight off all the converging forces. But maybe he could save himself. And maybe, just maybe, Jerry. He scrambled towards the edge of the barge. Not the side Patty had used, but the side facing the open water, away from the immediate threats. He yelled at Jerry, "Jerry! This way! Now!" He didn't know if Jerry heard him, didn't know if the injured diver could even move. He didn't wait to find out. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leapt into the black, raging water, hoping the storm that had provided cover for the heist might now offer the same for his escape, leaving the barge and its bloody prize to the wolves circling in the dark. Okay, here is Chapter 24, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 29. The black water was brutally cold, shocking the air from Rex's lungs as he plunged beneath the surface. For a moment, disorientation ruled. The chaos of the storm above, the crushing silence below, the frantic pounding of his own heart. He kicked desperately towards the surface, gasping as his head broke into the rain-lashed air. The barge was already receding, a dark shape lit by the harsh, swinging work light and the intermittent flashes of gunfire that still echoed across the water. He saw the Scarab nearby, saw the sheriff's cruiser moving closer, saw the smaller John boat, Jenkins, hovering like a water bug waiting to strike. He was adrift, alone, in the middle of a firefight. Survival instinct screamed louder than fear. He couldn't stay near the barge. He was a target. He needed shore. Which shore? Dial Isle was closest, back the way they came, but getting there meant swimming across the mouth of the cove, potentially through the line of fire or past lurking enemies. The opposite shore, towards the state park land, was further, wilder, but offered anonymity, dense woods to disappear into. He chose anonymity. He turned his back on the barge, on the condos, on the whole damn mess, and started swimming, a slow side stroke, trying to conserve energy, keeping his profile low in the churning water. The rain hammered down, tasting like grit and gasoline on his lips. The wind pushed him sideways, fighting his progress. Every flash of lightning felt like an accusation, exposing his pathetic escape. Every clap of thunder sounded like another gunshot. He swam until his muscles burned, until his lungs felt ready to burst, until the cold seeped into his bones, stealing his strength. He lost track of time, lost track of the battle behind him. The sounds faded, replaced by the roar of the wind in his own ears, the rhythmic slap of waves against his face. He focused only on the next stroke, the next breath, the distant dark line of the shore. Just as he felt his strength failing, his feet touched bottom, soft, yielding mud. He staggered forward, tripping over submerged roots, finally collapsing onto a narrow strip of gravelly beach, hidden beneath dripping pine branches. He lay there, gasping, shivering uncontrollably, the adrenaline draining away, leaving behind only exhaustion and a bone-deep chill. He stayed there for a long time, hidden, watching the sky slowly lighten from bruised purple to a sickly gray. The storm was passing. The rain lessened to a drizzle, the wind eased its howl, the thunder grumbled further and further away. As dawn began to break, painting the undersides of the retreating clouds in pale, watery pinks and oranges, the lake revealed the wreckage of the night. From his vantage point across the water, Rex could see the cove clearly now. The construction barge listed heavily to one side, partially submerged, its deck awash. The sheriff's cruiser was tied alongside it, official figures moving about on both vessels. Further out, near the channel marker where the mysterious watcher had been, another sheriff's boat methodically circled, searching. Of the Scarab, Curtis's goons, the Jenkins John boat, there was no sign. Had they escaped? Been arrested? Sunk? And the chests? One was clearly still on the barge deck, lashed near the winch, looking like a sodden, insignificant piece of junk. The first one, hidden under his model unit, was it still safe? Had Patty managed to grab it before her escape? Had Jerry? Rex scanned the barge again, searching for any sign of the diver. Nothing. He felt a hollow ache in his chest. Jerry, for all his flaws, hadn't deserved whatever end he'd met back there. Had Ray gotten him, after all? Or the man with the tire iron? Or had he simply been left behind, injured, to be swallowed by the storm or collected by the sheriff? Rex pushed himself to his feet, his wet clothes clinging cold against his skin, his muscles screaming in protest. He was alive. He had escaped. But looking across the water at the scene, the crippled barge, the police presence, the silent, accusing bulk of his unfinished condos on the far shore, he felt no triumph, only a profound, soul-crushing weariness. He hadn't saved Dial Isle. He dragged it into a bloody, potentially murderous mess. He hadn't become a millionaire developer. He'd become a terrified fugitive hiding on a muddy bank, smelling of lake water and fear, his cheeks stinging where a stray pellet had grazed him. He had lost himself somewhere out there in the dark water, traded his ambition for raw survival. He needed to disappear. Get away from the lake, from Spa City, from Arkansas. Start over somewhere no one knew Rex Dial, or the wreckage he'd left behind. But first, he needed clothes, money, his truck. He'd have to risk going back to Dial Isle one last time. Billy Ray Tulsi pulled his truck into the Dial Isle parking lot, just as the sun finally broke through the ragged clouds, painting the wet asphalt with pale morning light. He hadn't slept well. His conversation with Earl, the retired deputy, combined with his own research into the Jenkins family history and Rex's increasingly erratic behavior, had left him deeply uneasy. He'd almost called the sheriff himself last night when the storm hit its peak, driven by a vague premonition of disaster, but had held back, unwilling to betray Rex without concrete proof. Now, seeing the unusual emptiness of the site, no sign of Rex's truck, no Lars, no construction crew, that decision felt like cowardice. He got out, the air clean washed by the rain, smelling of damp earth and pine. He walked towards the office, noting the muddy tire tracks near the entrance, fresher than they should be. The office door was unlocked. Empty. Patty's desk was tidy. Rex's buried under the usual mess, but with an overlay of dampness, as if papers had been shuffled with wet hands. A faint, musty lake-bottom odor hung in the air. He walked down towards the dock. The Scarab wasn't in its usual slip. Odd. Rex babied that boat. Then he saw it. Tucked into a slip at the far end, hastily tied, fenders askew. He walked closer. There were fresh scratches along the hull, deep gouges in the fiberglass near the stern, like it had scraped hard against something or been boarded forcefully. A dark stain, suspiciously like dried blood, smeared the transom near a cleat. And scattered on the dock planks nearby, almost hidden beneath a coil of rope, were several spent shotgun shells. Billy Ray's blood ran cold. Shotgun shells. Bloodstains. Rex missing. He thought of the Jenkins clan, of Earl's talk of disappearances. He thought of Patty, her carefully neutral expression when he'd mentioned her family name. He thought of the rumors Duncan, the producer, had apparently been chasing. His eyes fell on the model unit next to the office. He remembered Patty steering Pendergast, the appraiser, away from the crawl space access on the back deck. On a hunch, driven by a dread he didn't want to name, he walked around back. The lattice panel looked undisturbed, just as Rex's groundskeeper usually left it. But kneeling down, Billy Ray saw fresh scratches on the wood frame, faint muddy fingerprints near the edge. Someone had been in there recently. His duty to the bank, to Eubanks, screamed at him to call the sheriff right now. Report the suspicious findings, the blood, the shells, protect the bank's investment, cover his own ass. But then he thought of Rex. His friend. Young, ambitious, maybe foolish and in way over his head, but not inherently bad. Whatever happened out on the lake last night, Billy Ray knew with a sickening certainty that Rex was drowning. Did he throw him an anchor or a lifeline? He stood there for a long moment, torn, the morning sun warm on his face, the birds singing in the clean air, the lake glittering innocently beyond the dock. He pulled out his cell phone. His thumb hovered over the contact list. Sheriff's Department? Or someone else? The choice he made now, the call he placed, would change everything. For Rex. For himself. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine sharp and clean, and made the call, the first words feeling like stones in his mouth. Okay, here is Chapter 25, following the outline and instructions. Chapter 30. 6 months later, the Arkansas sun beat down on the Dial Isle development with the same indifferent intensity, but the place itself felt different. Changed. The raw scar tissue of excavation had healed over with landscaping, sodded lawns, and strategically placed ornamental shrubs. The condo buildings themselves were finished, gleaming with fresh stucco in muted earth tones, their wrought iron balconies reflecting the relentless sunlight. Paved walkways wound through the complex, connecting the units to the oversized dock where expensive-looking boats now rested in many of the slips. It looked exactly like the glossy brochure Rex Dial had commissioned back when his dreams were still intact. Success, by all outward appearances. But it wasn't Rex's success. The giant silver sundial logo still stood near the entrance, but a smaller, more discreet sign beneath it now read, Lakefront Estates, a Eubanks development property. Old man Eubanks had gotten his prize, just as Billy Ray Tulsi had feared. He'd scooped it up for pennies on the dollar after the incident. The official story, pieced together from sheriff's reports and the tight-lipped pronouncements Billy Ray gave the bank's board, was murky, incomplete. A violent altercation between rival salvage operators, maybe connected to suspected smuggling activity, that occurred during a severe thunderstorm. Shots fired, boats sunk or damaged, evidence washed away by the storm. Several individuals missing, presumed drowned or fled. Case open, but leads were thin. Billy Ray stood on the dock, the same dock where he'd first warned Rex about Eubanks, feeling the familiar weight of compromise settle on his shoulders. He'd made his choice that morning, after finding the bloodstains and the shotgun shells. He hadn't called the sheriff right away. He'd called Rex's burner phone one last time. No answer. He'd kicked the shotgun shells discreetly into the lake, wiped down the bloodstain on the scarab as best he could, then called the sheriff's department, reporting an abandoned boat with signs of possible foul play. He'd omitted the details about the model unit crawlspace, the Jenkins connection he suspected, the true depth of Rex's desperation he'd witnessed. Enough to satisfy his conscience, maybe, but not enough to truly cleanse it. He'd protected Rex, given him a head start perhaps, but in doing so, he'd smoothed the path for Eubanks's inevitable takeover. Now he managed the property for Eubanks, a promotion that felt like a penance. He looked out across the water, towards the cove. The barge was long gone, hauled away by county crews. The water glittered peacefully, holding its secrets tight. What really happened out there that night? The sheriff found the damaged second chest still on the barge deck, its contents mostly ruined by water infiltration through the buckled corner, though forensic accountants were rumored to be painstakingly trying to reconstruct fragments of the ledger found within. The first chest, the one Rex and Jerry had hidden under the model unit. It was gone. Billy Ray had checked the crawlspace himself a week after the incident, finding only damp earth and spiderwebs. Had Rex come back for it during his escape? Or had Patty, in her frantic flight, somehow known where to look? Patty Hopkins had vanished like smoke in the wind. No one had seen her since the day before the storm. Some whispered she'd run off with a delivery driver, others that she'd finally succumbed to one of her panic attacks and simply disappeared. Billy Ray suspected she was smarter, more resourceful than that. He imagined her somewhere far away, maybe South Florida or Costa Rica, sipping cocktails under a new name, financed by whatever she'd managed to salvage from that first chest. Or maybe Wade Jenkins, or someone else from her tangled family tree, had caught up with her. There was no way to know. She was just gone. Jerry. His fate was equally ambiguous. His truck was found abandoned near a bus station in Little Rock a few days after the storm. The official assumption was that he, like Rex, was involved in the barge incident and had fled. Billy Ray had heard whispers, though, third-hand rumors from OR nurses about a man matching Jerry's description being treated for severe decompression sickness and a badly injured arm under a false name, disappearing before his bill or the police could catch up. Maybe he'd made it out, carrying his own physical and mental scars. Or maybe he was just another ghost, haunting the edges of the lake. And Rex Dial? Presumed drowned or fugitive. His truck eventually turned up in a long-term parking lot at the Memphis airport. No plane tickets purchased in his name, no credit card activity, no trace. Billy Ray hoped his friend had made it, hoped he'd taken whatever was in that first chest and bought himself a new life somewhere anonymous, somewhere far from lakes and ledgers and the crushing weight of ambition gone sour. But he knew the odds. Men running from Eubanks, from the Jenkins clan, from their own mistakes, they rarely found quiet harbors. More often, they just found different kinds of deep water. The fishing show, Extreme Fishing, was a forgotten joke, a couple of buggy clips still floating around on obscure corners of the internet, notable only for the brief, lurid fame Patty Hopkins achieved before vanishing. Dick Duncan had complained loudly about breached contracts and lost opportunities for about a week, then moved on to his next scheme. Billy Ray turned away from the water, the sun warm on his back, the cheerful sounds of new residents moving into Eubanks's gleaming condos echoing around him. It looked like paradise, meticulously crafted, professionally managed. But Billy Ray knew what lay beneath the surface, both literally and figuratively. He knew about the chests, the violence, the betrayals. He knew the lake held more secrets than just submerged trees and rock ledges. It held the wreckage of dreams, the stain of old crimes, the ghosts of desperate men and women. Dial Isle, or Lakefront Estates as it was now called, wasn't just built on rock and concrete. It was built on the dark, murky sediment of greed and desperation. And like the lake itself, it kept its secrets well, offering a placid, sun-dappled surface that hid the cold, silent depths below. Billy Ray sighed, adjusted his tie, part of the Eubanks uniform now, and walked back towards the office, leaving the whispering water behind him. The endangered,